The session starts now. Please proceed to the main auditorium.
Oh god. You can't proceed there.
Wait. What, up here?
The main auditorium.
No,
You can't proceed there. I'm already there.
Oh.
Well, I'm happy for you.
Thank
In
you.
that case.
Are you meant to have audio?
How I said.
Like,
Audio region. If it's not doing audio region for you, press both triggers and click fix audio.
How do you do it on desktop?
I don't know if I meant to.
L.
Correctly.
You got an L.
I mean, you have to be able to hear me well. So in any spot of this place.
To fix the person speaking or what?
Yes, exactly. It's exactly for that. I guess I'm just gonna go over this and we'll try to fit into 10 minutes. So, welcome to TLX. Yeah, this is the Prefabs based World Developer Conference. So, a couple of organizational things. If you have audio issues, if you don't hear the person on the stage well, or anything else, you can double press your triggers in VR, or you can press L in desktop to summon your personal screen and click fix audio there. It should fix most of the issues in the world in general. If you don't see something well, you can press again, like use the same screen. It's a pickup. Place it somewhere where you can see well, because especially on the Vive or on the CB1, when you're back in there, it can be hard to read code and things like that, so you have your personal screen to check it out. Seats in the front are mostly for 4P members, people who help with the world. If you see the empty spot, you can sit there just fine. But if not, if somebody like a friend of the presenter wants to sit there, we're trying to give space for people who help with the event or something like in here. Just to make sure. But if you don't see in the back, please come forward. People with a Vive or CV1, you're welcome to be as close as you need to see the screen. So real quick, I have a couple slides here. Why MacaDev conference? I personally am a huge fan of conferences in general. I went to a lot of local game dev conferences myself for many, many years at this point, even before I even touched Unity at all, and was just like, hey, I just like game development, but I don't do any. So I wanted to make one myself for a long time, and hopefully this will be a good example of how I can do that in VRChat among all of the VRChat developers that do amazing things every day, but don't have a stage to talk about it and share their knowledge, which is exactly what this event is supposed to be. So I went around about setup and features. Fix audio is the main thing. Some of the things are not yet finished, so there you can see under construction blockers. You can walk around there, there's just nothing there, so the main area is this place and the outside. The backstage, there is no blocking from you, for you to not enter backstage, but I just ask people to just not go there. There is nothing there for you, so it's like, what's the point? For presenters, you can go back in there. There is a voice region that allows you to chat with me or with anybody else more privately. So people here cannot hear you. But that's about it. Here is a slide that is very hard to see. It says 67 hours or something spent in the last 30 days on this project. At this point, it's more like 90 and 90 hours in Blender over the past 2 weeks. To make this all happen, this whole place happened in 2 weeks with all the code and modeling and everything, which was supposed to be my vacation where I work on Udon Toolkit, but I didn't, so here we go. So this is the event. First presenter of the day is Juan. We'll start in a couple of minutes after we set him up. But yeah, this is Prefabs TLX, and I hope you enjoy it. And we'll be starting really quickly with Juan on the first talk. Welcome.
Let's give it a round of applause for Thank you for putting this together, my friend. I'm so excited.
Thank you. Okay. Juan, you can come on stage.
Oh, okay. So everything's set up.
Yeah, not yet. I'm gonna set it up in a bit.
Yep. Hello. Hey, real quick.
You see your slide? we're starting a bit early, so but okay.
So I guess I can just go.
Yeah, I can just go.
All right. So this is my presentation on how to fix broken Unity projects, because I feel like generally a lot of people still aren't sure what to do when something breaks. And I hope this presentation will give you the knowledge to apply in your own projects on how to fix issues. And for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Juan. Normally I work on worlds. I make Unity editor extensions, and there you can find my GitHub, Twitter, Discord. You might have seen me around in the main Discord helping people fix their projects whenever like someone has something break. So here we have our beautiful, definitely not an asset pack world that we just made. And we finally decided to try it out, or we've been possibly working on this for a while now, and everything's been working fine until this point. But at some point when we go to upload, we just see this, which probably pretty much anyone who has made VRChat content has seen at least at one point. So all we have is the clear cache and player path. And if you aren't sure what to do next, you might maybe try clicking the button, which in most cases will do nothing. Or you might go ask help. Or in some cases, you might even just like say, okay, this project is busted, I'm gonna make a new one and move everything over, which is gonna, depending on the case, take a long time. So in basic troubleshooting, usually you wanna first identify the issue, understand what is actually happening, and then we solve it. So in Unity, we usually do this through the console. And by default, your console might look like this, and you might not be sure what the buttons do or how to read the information, and all you see is just like cannot add menu item, and you aren't sure like what is happening. So first of all, we start at the top left buttons. First, we have the clear button, which is called clear, except for currently happening issues. And we also have the toggle buttons for collapse, clear on play, and error pass. Here, like I cannot stress this enough. Make sure error pass is disabled, because that's always gonna cause problems. I mean, not always, but most of the time, if you have error pass enabled, things can break, especially uphill. Enabling collapse will help you see like less of the same messages, then narrow down the issue. And after you press clear once, it's usually gonna show just the issues that are happening currently, so you can just concentrate on those. And at the top right, we have the visibility buttons for info, warnings, and errors. And in this example, right now, errors are disabled. So even if you try to look for any errors, you won't see it. So it's important to always have errors enabled. I mean, unless you don't want to enable for some reason. And this is also can be confusing for some people. You start looking through and you see a lot of yellow things, and you aren't sure what the yellow things are. But in most cases, when things are breaking, the yellow things won't matter. And the errors are the ones you should be looking for. But even for them, not all errors matter. Sometimes, especially if you're on SDK2, and just enter play mode, go to upload, you will see a lot of these by default in the SDK, and that's normal. Like, these won't actually break anything. But now, we go back to our original console. And now we've enabled collapse, we've enabled errors to be visible. We have one message left, and this is the actual problem we need to solve. And when it comes down to reading the actual errors, it's good to break them down. Like here we see it's in, the problem file is in our assets. It's inside the VRC SDK, and the file itself is right there. So we might wonder, like, what's happening with VRC SDK to make it break? In most cases, of course, there's always exceptions. In most cases, the VRC SDK will work as long as you haven't done something to break it. So next, we look at the actual error message after the indication what file it is in. And it's saying something about SDK3, but we know this project is running on SDK2. So we might wonder, we have SDK2, why would it say something about SDK3? Well, usually this happens in projects where you might have swapped around, like from SDK2 to SDK3 or SDK3 to SDK2, and you think that just removing the files will clear all like mention of the other SDK. But in actuality, what the SDK does, it uses a thing called script-in-defined symbols. These are used to load in parts of code only in certain configurations. And a lot of like different extensions use these to like help make things like faster. And in this case, we can see things are getting confusing for the SDK trying to load all the code for both SDKs, because like most of the files for SDK, the scripts especially contain both codes for SDK2 and SDK3. So now it's trying to load all that code that's supposed to be only running on one SDK. And it's also used by post-processing bakery and other things. So the easy fix is just removing the mention of SDK3. And the important part here is pressing enter, because if you don't press enter and just close out, it might not save, because that's how delayed fields are in Unity. They're annoying. And also here you can find another important part, the scripting runtime version at the top, that right now says .NET
Wait, I'm gonna change avatar.
Okay.
Please don't talk if you're not on stage.
4.x equivalent. So this can also break if you have it on the older one, which usually only happens if you're working on an older project and try to upgrade it to like newer SDK versions or newer Unity versions. And here's also 2 more examples of what might happen if you had some asset in your project and deleted it at some point. Because the script-in-defined still exists and it's defined. Like in this case, my world tools will try to look for bakery or post-processing, but it can't find it because the actual scripts aren't there. And just the script-in-defined is defined. And yeah. So we go to our example 2, which has a whole new different kind of message. And again, we identify what asset is causing the problem, which in this case is bakery. And now looking at the message, we want to usually always identify the important part, the part that doesn't change, because a lot of different projects can say a lot of different things. But if you want to Google an issue, you usually want to Google just the important part of the message, which might not be always easy to identify, but in this case, you can see Unity upgradable in brackets, so that's easy enough. And if you aren't sure what to do, you can Google it. And the first result, as long as, not in every case, in this case, it's really easy to find it on Google. You can find the Unity documentation page on how to use the API updater. The API updater itself is, in this error's case, it was bakery. Bakery is a Unity editor extension developed on Unity 5.6, and a lot of Unity APIs tend to change their names or their locations, but some, like the APIs, offer an automatic upgrade if you go to a new Unity version, and as long as the API still has the same function even though it's at a different place. Normally it would show it on import, but there are cases where it might not. And you can also find it going run API updater from the menus. It can be confusing for some people because it says like, I made a backup, go ahead. People might be worried like, am I gonna break things if I press this? And just because of that say no thanks. But in this case, when we import a new asset, it's just gonna update the APIs on that asset. And because it's an external asset, we can just always re-import it if something goes wrong. So here's example 3, where we have a whole new kind of messages. And this time it's just saying something about copyright information. Like it's not, small message isn't telling us anything. So again, we select the message, and under the copyright message, we get the actual info we need. And looking at the important parts again, it says multiple assemblies with equivalent identity have been imported, and remove one of the duplicate references. And looking at the paths it gives us, one of these paths is inside our own project, and one of the paths is in Unity's own files. This can mostly happen with some Unity assets or assets that for some reason include their build demo, like the actual like build Unity game inside their Unity packets, which you sometimes see. Like, thank God most don't, but there are the few ones that do. So the easy solution is just identify the demo folder and just delete that if you want to use the asset. If you aren't using the asset, you can just remove the generic Unity asset folder if needed, because that's deleting something that's broken is always going to be the easiest solution, unless it's inside the VRC SDK. And here for example 4, this time the location is a bit different. It's not inside our assets folder. And this time we can see it's inside the library folder. And this goes from the project root, so we can't really see the library folder from inside Unity. We need to go through Windows Explorer and find the package scats folder. And all the library folders, these are safe to delete. I mean, you should close your Unity before you're deleting them, but in most cases it won't cause much harm deleting things there. All the library files contain is when you import an asset into your project, the stuff gets processed for it to be Unity friendly and to be run in the game engine, and it gets placed inside the library folder. And it also contains a lot of more information, like for example the package stats. That's where all packages imported from the package manager live. And we see that it's a package named Unity Multiplayer Hail API. So to fix these kind of issues, usually you just need 2 steps. You delete the package cache folder by navigating through Windows Explorer, project root, library, package cache, and just delete it, preferably when Unity is closed. And step 2, sometimes the first step is enough to fix this issue, but sometimes the issue persists because it's still in the package manifest that automatically imports packages back when you've deleted them. So easy fix here, if you don't know like what these packages are or have no idea what's right here, you can just copy it over from a working project to the broken project. Just delete you can make a backup of the broken manifest just in case you need it, and just copy a working manifest from another project and reopen Unity. which in most cases will solve these kind of issues. And here we have a small flowchart, which mainly tells you what to do in most cases. So if the file is in the VRC SDK, re-import SDK. And I suggest you read the VRChat documentation, because that's where you always find the up-to-date way of correctly updating your SDK. In World, it doesn't really matter if you just, as long as you delete all the SDK files, not necessarily the examples folder, because that's fine. But stuff like Odin, VRC SDK, and stuff like that. But of course, when you come to other projects, there you might not want to just delete everything because important files are being stored inside the SDK. And in the case, it's an external asset and not related to the VRC SDK. If you aren't using it, you can just go ahead and delete it, because that's the easiest way to get rid of it in most cases. If you are using it, it's recommended to go check for updates, like look up the GitHub page, or look up whatever release channel the asset is using, and do a clean import and update to the latest version. If it still persists, then it's good to make a bug report, because people who make things like to know when things break and like to know like what needs fixing. And in the case it's a legacy asset that has no support for newer Unity, then the best thing is either Google around for a weak fix or find a newer alternative that works for the current Unity version we are using. So here's one more example of this, but this time, so the control panel is showing up. You go to check the console again, but there's nothing in the console. You restart Unity, still nothing is working. Like no control panel, no errors, no nothing. In these cases, this can easily be reproduced by just crashing Unity when it's building. And to fix this, all you need to do is right-click the VRC SDK folder and press re-import. Either it's going to bring up errors, or it's just going to bring it back, or presses control panel. So now we have our control panel back, finally, after going through all those steps. But next, when we try to upload, we hit a new problem. Either your things aren't updating when you upload, it just keeps uploading the old version, or it's complaining that build didn't happen, or anything in between. These can be a little bit harder to track down depending on what the actual issue is. This is usually the good steps to figure out where the problem is. So trying an empty scene, if that works, you know it's the scene problem. But if the empty scene doesn't work, you know it's a project problem. And in some cases, you might get a clear error on scene problems, but in some cases you might not. So in those cases, it's just easiest, well, not really easiest, but you can just copy the scene to a duplicate, and in the duplicate slowly start removing game objects and to narrow down and figure out what might be causing the issue. So when we come back to the console again to figure out why things aren't building properly. In this case, we might again hit clear, and this happens. Because the issue isn't happening while we are just in the editor. It's only happening while we are building. So pressing clear just takes everything away. So the best case to narrow it down in this situation is just disabling warnings and info messages and just leaving errors enabled. So now we finally have only 3 errors left. The last one is just telling us there's other errors, like up above it. And we see the problem at this time is simple light probe laser. which most of you probably have heard of, and most have probably heard about what it usually does. This is an older asset that isn't properly supported in Unity 2018, and the author has stopped supporting it. So, in this case, going back to the older flowchart, we might go look up the GitHub page for this project and see that it's a legacy. But we might also find, if we go look at the issues on it, we might find the fix for it, which we need to ourselves apply, because licenses don't allow us to release a fixed version of an asset that someone else made. So easiest fix here is, as always, just delete the asset. You can still use the simple light probe laser easiest if you just place your probes and delete the asset afterwards, because the probes placed aren't dependent on the asset itself. So in this, we just get rid of the whole asset, because we aren't gonna bother right now fixing it. So for example 2, this is something that some of you might have seen in some cases. Cannot mark assets and scenes in one asset bundle. Asset bundle name is coconut palm tree. So this can happen, like, it's usually good if you remember what assets you've been importing into your project. And if you do, you might remember you imported that one free coconut palm tree asset from the asset store into your project, like yesterday or today. And easiest to solve is always, again, just to delete the assets. But if you know how to solve it, this one is also really easy to solve. All you need to go do, so every Unity file has a meta file associated to it, which defines some attributes. And in this case, the scene file for the coconut palm tree defines an asset bundle name, coconut palm tree. And if this has been defined in the meta file, the build process is gonna always try to jam it in there. Like, if the name is there, it's gonna try to go into the whole build, which is gonna break things. So the easy fix here is just removing the name. So just delete the line that says coconut palm tree off, and you're done. Like, that's all there is to fix this issue. And this can also happen if you're building a scene in your project and your Unity crashes. Because during the build process, the SDK always adds a custom scene.vrcv asset bundle name to know what it's being included. And if one of these gets set in one of the scenes you have, and you try to build a different scene, Unity is going to try to include both of those scenes in the same build, and VRChat will get confused, and you will keep getting thrown out back into your home world. So again, easy fix. You just remove the name. And now, if all else fails, ask for help. I'm gonna briefly show like how you should ask help and how you should not ask for help. First of all, show the console. I'm actually gonna use the laser pointer. So we wanna see the console. Press clear on it once, and don't crop. Preferably don't crop anything. Just show the whole Unity folder. Because in some cases, the information needed to help you is gonna be somewhere maybe here or here or here. And if you just crop to the one error, we might not be able to like tell what's happening properly. And that's just gonna lead to more questions, and it's gonna take longer to get you the actual help. There's also, some people might do this. Please don't do this. Use Shift Windows S and Control V, and don't take pictures with your camera. Or even in some cases, I've seen some people take a screenshot, pass that screenshot into Word, and then take a screenshot of the Word document, and then show the screenshot of the Word document to me. I mean, that's at least better than what I have in this example, but Shift Windows S, that's built-in function of Windows, and it helps you take a screenshot easily. So the main points in this whole thing is read instructions, be aware of what you import, and make sure things are up to date. These are the main steps to avoid like having to deal with these issues like at all. But there's also some weirder cases. Like I've only seen 3 people have this error. It basically just manifests as 4 empty errors always in your console, and they don't give any more information. And no matter how much research I did, like people were saying it's because of Windows. Like this is gonna happen in every project you have if you have this issue. And honestly, like I have no idea what's happening with it. I spent a lot of time trying to fix it for someone and no progress at all. Like it might be easier to fix if I had it on my own computer, but when you're like trying to help someone fix it through text, even if you're trying to fix it for a week for them, it's like at some point you need to just give up. And now that we've solved our other issues, I'm gonna plug myself. This is VR World Toolkit, which is my World Tools Unity editor extension. The main function of it is the world debugger, which finds, currently it does not help you find any compile issues. So in the future, it's gonna, but it's gonna help you check if you have no spawn point set, if you have null spawn point sets, if you have nothing under your spawn point. It checks over 70 things in your scene that might be going wrong. And I keep adding like at least 1 new thing a week into it. And it also shows you like what's in your last build. So you can debug like things like why is my world so big? Like it helps you a whole lot in different things. It also includes an auto setup for post-processing, so you don't need to go through all 50 steps you normally do. You just click 1 button, done, we have post-processing. And does anyone have any questions? If no one has any questions, I'm pretty much done.
Okay, if anybody has any questions, there is a question zone over there, so you can just stand in the big circle over there with a spotlight, so we can everybody can hear you. But yeah. Well, I have a question. Which area would you say you would get the most, like in your experience through like helping out in the VRC Discord and in others?
2 errors: simple light probe laser and all sky free menu. Everyone has probably seen them at this point, because yeah, those are the most common ones, because when you search for a skybox you find all sky free, the free asset, you import it and then your build stops working.
Hi.
Rubik, do you have a question?
Yes. What do you think is the worst Unity default setting when it comes to breaking projects, Unity projects?
The worst default setting. Honestly, error pass is pretty on top, because that keeps coming up. I would say error pass, like, I'm actually not sure if that's on by default, but you keep seeing it being on people's projects, so they might be just clicking it themselves. So I would need to check on that. But most of the default settings shouldn't break things. It's usually the user that does something, they aren't sure what they're doing, and things break.
Thank you.
Okay,
I got another question then. What's the worst VRChat default setting?
The worst VRChat default setting. Well, for example, if you just make your own scene descriptor without using the VRC world prefab, nothing tells you that there's no spawn point set properly. Oh wait, actually it does. It does if you have no spawn point set. But wait, people don't read it. I don't know, because people keep running into this problem. Most of the defaults are honestly fine. I would say again, user error.
Thank you.
And if that's all, I guess we're done.
Thanks, Juan. Yeah, if that's it, we have a bit of a break. So in 5 minutes, you'll hear an announcement. We can get her back in here. But for now, we have some time to, I don't know, take some water, all that kind of stuff while we prepare for the next talk.
Ooh. Thank you, Juan. That was amazing. I didn't absorb most of it, but I'm glad it exists.
No copy.
You got it recorded. Can we watch it?
Like, so we're gonna have the stream. Are we gonna have the slide decks available separately and pinned in the database later, so that when I get my errors, I can go and look in exactly the text that you put up there?
Yep. Yeah, I might even make a better write-up for like later consumption, which I've been meaning to do for a long time, but it's just like
Yes, that would be
deadline forced
amazing.
me to finally do it.
You should probably check if it works, because chances are you try and get me out, it's just broken.
Yeah.
I already did.
I need to get some water.
Yeah, I'm also gonna explore outside, which I didn't get a chance to do. It looked really cool.
Taking the
Really quiet.
What? You don't need to click behind your head. Just click both triggers.
okay. Taking the fixed audio made the presenter very quiet for me, and I had to raise my settings 75%. Especially the music could deal with the voice boost.
Someone here made the music somewhere.
No, it's just I bought it.
Why, that's his deal.
Give me a second. I'm updating audio on stream. Give me a second.
Alright. Fuck off.
Like one of the
I was doing it. I thought maybe I just launched VRChat with the wrong options or something.
renovate all the
VR, but they cannot play multiplayer.
USAA mode?
Right, so I let them play Job Simulator and stuff, but they don't tend to do that for a long time. They don't tend to stay in for hours and
Yeah, even close, the pixel, the aliasing just gets smaller.
Yeah, it's just not anti-aliasing at all.
It's good. It's good.
It actually is. Oh, it's gotta be some kind of shader they used for it.
I don't know, with whatever setup you carry.
You can't get around anti-aliasing. Anti-aliasing is
on that screen.
outside of the shaders control that will basically not anti-aliase.
Geometric specular anti-aliasing didn't help on this. Didn't do anything.
No, it would not. Because it's not smooth normals here at all. At least not on the aliasing parts. Something didn't get
Brightness
something didn't get anti. Definitely, I don't know. Not sure how to fix this.
Is there a post-processing panel?
Hey, Ruby. Icon, like, becomes
Hey, Ken.
kid somewhere out in the world.
Well, so far. The event is really cool.
Do you still work at VRChat?
Yes, still.
Okay. And are you involved with the Prefabs community here as well, or is this just sort of like you're here for work, or you're here for your own world building interests?
I joined the Prefabs community in mid 2018, I think, because I didn't started getting into world creation, and they saw me struggling in the actual. Oh, I'm in the zone. Does it still exist? Oh. Okay, I guess for late joiners it doesn't go away. Well,
I guess
I rejoined the world.
see if you're
I rejoined. 1 sec.
Yeah, you're fine. I mean, you didn't have to.
There you go.
We have a thing so We haven't fixed it. Sorry about that. It was just like, you know,
No
I'm trying
worries.
to make sure that's...
I'm Kent, by the way. I do a podcast on VR, so...
Oh, right.
Nice.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, this is really an awesome world.
Thank you.
I enjoy it. It's been
It's been very stressful.
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah.
Am I still up?
Crunch.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's been not as bad as I thought it could have gotten, so at least I was able to finish most of the things, even though it's still rough around the edges, because the original ideas were a bit larger in scope, let's say. So
yeah,
that's why you can see some things are still rolled off.
Yeah,
I'm impressed with the presentation system you've got set up here. It's yeah, it works really well. Ken, if you get a chance some other time, you should have Orals show you how the presentation system works. You can let you see your slides, you get next, and play, stop your videos.
That's cool.
Everything you'd actually want.
Yeah, the only piece of feedback I get from the audience perspective is that I think the screen could stand to be a lot bigger, just to be able to. Or the other thing is if people presenting don't have text that's super small, so that's like.
Yeah, I think it's VR. It's just first of all, the headsets is not that big of a resolution, right, compared to your eyes.
Yeah.
So obviously larger fonts help, but that's why we have a personal screens. Like I don't know, you probably missed the start, but there is a world instruction. If you press both of your triggers, you get a personal screen that you can pick it up.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah.
What do you do? How do you do that?
It makes both triggers at the same time.
Let's see. Oh shit. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, that's
and
interesting.
it makes things way easier to read.
Oh, can I grab
can
this and make it bigger?
Yeah. You cannot make it bigger, but you can
okay.
you can at least grab it and put it closer to your
that's
face.
awesome. Okay. Yeah, I'm here just kind of like, you know, I've attended about 16 different virtual conferences this year, so I think this is like the first one I've attended in VRChat. So this is, you know, cool to see that you have integrated this type of stuff. So yeah, I'm just kind of keeping it on running track. But yeah, this will be very helpful. How to make it go away then? Just, okay, I got it. Got it. Yeah.
The dynamic mirror rotation is like when you actually drop down the thing, you see it's like 0.000, and then W is like some 6.71 to the neat and minus e to the no. And I'm like, why isn't that 0?
So, yeah, I think just to see that further experimentation with identity and experimentation around it, I think it'll be interesting to see.
Just stable issues.
Well,
I think we did well. Like literally, while I was presenting the benchmark, to show you while I was presenting the benchmark, I found one VRChat with like a Unity core
Easy features. You could hopefully also do content generation where it's like, that's nice. An SDK.
What's the master voice bug?
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Smooth.
Yeah, I have like 3 avatars loaded right now.
Okay. Let's start this thing. I have 45 minutes to go through all of this. So we'll try to go really fast. It will be a lot of stuff. It can be very technical, so if you've never done any editor scripting before, I hope this talk at least will leave you wanting to try it and to try to do some of this stuff, because this is my bread and butter. This is what I do every day at this point. So yeah, let's just dive right into it. I'm hoping I got my recording up. I did not, and I got my recording up now. So, okay. So I'm going to talk about building better inspectors. So let's start with a basic question. Why do you need better inspectors? So you need better inspectors because they provide you with basically a better development experience for anybody who is using your stuff. So if you at some point decide to like create something and actually share it with other people instead of just putting it in your somewhere in your closet or I don't know, and just never share it with anybody ever again, and everybody's just like, please give it to us, and you actually give it to them, you want an inspector to be actually usable by people, right? You want it to be nice looking, it want to be easy to use it. You don't want it to be the default Udon inspector where you can't see what elements are in the array. Sorry everybody who is working on that, but I'm hoping that it will improve at some point. So another good thing about building custom inspectors is the fact that you can make any kind of automation you want. So if you want to drag and drop something and it to populate 10,000 fields, you can ask FaceDragon. He just took that and ran with it, and he just like populates like thousands and thousands of entries in arrays by just like dragging and dropping a thing. So there is that. You can automate anything you want, and it just looks plain better, which is like, wow, it looks better. So yeah, this is a very, 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 very over-the-top example of what can you build. It has reactive fields, it has conditional help messages, it has custom array rendering with reordering and drag and drop, because I really wanted a drag and drop, so I added it the other day. So that it has custom lookups for things like pop-ups, so you can have a list of Udon behavior events or shader properties or animator triggers or any kind of data you want. It can all be included in there. This might look like a lot. And it actually is quite a bit. You would probably never want anything that looks as complex as this because, well, it's just too much to deal with and it looks overwhelming. And at that point, it's already not a good inspector. It just, I guess, a pretty one maybe? I don't know. That's also subjective. So that was a lot. Let's step back and look at it a bit of a like more top-level overview. So why did I even decide to talk about this? It all started with me just looking at Udon Inspector and wanting something better, something more usable by other people, something more usable by people who are used to normal Unity development, or just by your person who used to VRChat triggers and now he has Udon and he doesn't understand anything. So I decided to build a system that makes it easy for those people to understand what Udon is, and the system that also allows the creators to build things easily understandable by normal users and do it fast. So that's how Udon Toolkit was born, which is built on Unity property drawer system, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And on top of that, it implements something that's you can call a stackable property drawer system. So that's the whole base of what I was building and how I built it. So what we'll go in this talk through is we'll go and talk about what are property drawers, how Unity draws all your fields, how does it choose, which method to use to draw your thing, and how to create your own custom drawers, and how it all comes together in the end, and why it's all can be useful to you in your next project. So we'll start with the basics because you need to know some level, lower level things to understand what's going on, and we'll start with attributes. So C# has a cool thing called attributes. There is a MDN description over there, TLDR. If you can basically attach any data to any field or method or anything in your or property in your script. In terms of Udon Sharp, that means you can add it to your property. So your public or private field, and you can add any kind of information, text, numbers. In plain C# you can add much more, but we'll focus on mostly just text and numbers and booleans and things like that. So here is an example of a thing like that. So if you can't see from here, click both triggers, you get your screen, you can see the code better. But generally speaking, the attribute consists of a couple parts. When you make your own, it's funny, you need to use an attribute to make an attribute. So the attribute is this part on top, which says, hey, you can use this one on the field, a class that inherits of an attribute, and anything you want, actually, in the constructor. The attribute can be as complex as you want, or as simple as you want. You can add any kind of variables, any kind of constructors that populate those variables, and then you can fetch all that data back in your editor scripts, and you can have as many of them as you want on your field, as long as Unity doesn't slow to a crawl. So that was all great and code, but how does it help us actually draw properties in the Unity editor? So we'll look at what Unity gives us. Unity has some built-in things that you might have used, either if you do shaders, or you do Udon Sharp, or if you ever touched Unity directly, like it has things like headers and range and spaces and tooltips. Tooltips are generally considered to be the most useful of them because it allows you to add some extra helpful information to any field you have, just any random text. The issue is that people don't read, and people also don't know that you can hover over a thing and it will tell you like something helpful. So tooltips are great, but what's their purpose if nobody reads them because nobody knows that they're there? So we can build the much better ones by doing custom stuff. So here I'm just trying to get a bit into like what are we going to talk about now. So what we'll touch on now is property drawers. This slide, I guess it might get a bit confusing, but I'll try to explain everything. So basically, we have your C# attributes, which is just things in square brackets, which we just showed before. And we have our property attributes and property drawers, which are two interconnected things of the same system. The attributes tell us what kind of editor to use, and the property drawers tell us how to draw that particular editor. Property drawers obviously can only draw properties. You cannot tell to draw something for a method or anything else. It's only obviously works if the field is drawn in the inspector, and it has to implement the GUI method to actually, draw something, because otherwise you're not drawing anything. So how it all gets into Udon Sharp, because Merlin is amazing. He gave us all the tools we need for this kind of stuff. So there is a link that everybody who tries to make custom inspectors seems to miss, because like, hey, can you make custom editors? Yes, you can actually go to the wiki and it tells you everything. So you can basically just take Merlin's default custom inspector thing, and that will allow you to use anything Unity gives you right there without anything else. Just take the default, plug it in, and you can basically create your own property inspectors as much as you want. There is one caveat, at least the last time I checked, maybe Merlin can correct me on that, but if you try to do things like this, where you make an operation like add things together, or subtract them, or add two numbers, or any kind of other thing, it just will not compile for you. So that's the limitation of the current setup. So if anything there changed, I guess we'll touch on that in questions, but so for now, just know that you can only use direct values. So this might be very confusing, so we'll try to go on an actual example to see how do you build one of those things, and how do you build something actually useful. So we'll go with a very basic thing that I use literally everywhere in all of my project is a help box, because it's like a tooltip but better, because you can actually see what it says instead of like trying to tell people to hover on something. So here you can see it consists of two types. The attribute, which is the exact C# thing we talked about before, which is basically just tells Unity, hey, you see this property, draw it with like an editor for this attribute. And then there is the actual drawing code. So if you ever did any editor scripting, this will all look pretty familiar to you. There is editor GUI, methods, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, and basically we tell Unity with this special attribute custom property drawer, like, hey, if you see this attribute, use this property drawer to draw your thing. And that's basically it. Unity will then call your own GUI method and will hope that everything you did actually works and actually doesn't break the layout. And if it does, it will break the layout. There is no training wheels there, just whatever you tell it to draw, it will do. There is like one thing that I would like to mention here directly is if you ever want to change a height of a thing, which we exactly is what we want to do, you want to actually tell Unity, hey, when you want to calculate the height of this, please use our custom method with like an extra offset. In this case, we had 20 pixels to add one line of text, which is 20 pixels is roughly one line of a property in Unity. You can actually do it dynamically, but I just mostly hard-coded like that because 2019 breaks everything. So, like, you know, we'll have to redo everything anyways. So yeah, in this example, we just draw our property, we shift it all by 20 pixels down, and then we add hello TLX code. And what it creates is this kind of thing. So now we have a hello TLX help box, which I hopefully you can see behind me, instead of being a tooltip that you have to hover for. So to recap, we just create an attribute, which is just an empty thing that tells Unity use this. We have a property drawer that tells what to draw, and that's it. You attach it on top of your thing, like a public variable of sorts. You just put it on, and it just works out of the box. Unity does it all for you, and it's a very nicely built system until you hit some very annoying limitations, which are this. You can only have one of those on anything, and that's a giant issue. And why is that a problem? So the problem is when you start building it, everything looks great. You're just like, oh, I'm adding my help box, but then you're like, oh, I want my help box, and I want it to be a slider, and then I want the text to be bold, and then I also want it to be pink because pink is cool. So this issue comes up very fast when you try to build a big system, and you instantly realize that, hey, how do I actually do that? And you go to Unity forums and everybody's telling you, oh wow, that's very unintuitive that you cannot add many of those things or stack them together in a nice way that Unity already provides. So you go to Unity forums and you find this cool thread, which I'm not expecting anybody to read. There will be a full link, but which I basically just took the code and put it in. This is exactly a piece of code from Udon Toolkit on the top of my editor class, which just basically says like, hey, this is stolen from there. And that approach, which was proposed by some very good random person on the internet, is to create a system of stackable things, which basically takes the concept which we already went through, having an attribute and a drawing thing, and builds upon it. So instead of just having a thing that draws, so a base property drawer and an attribute that says, hey, just draw this, we have a different setup where we have a base, which is what draws stuff, and we have a modifier, which is the attribute that tells, draw this in this particular way, or in that particular way. So in this case, like, we can think about it like we have a thing that says draw a slider, and then we have another thing that tells draw a slider but with an offset on top, a message below, and of this particular height, and if this condition is met, please hide it. So that's the general gist of it. So you have your modifier and you have your modifiable base. So I guess we solved the issue, right? And I guess because if the slide is here, it's obviously not a full solution. You still are limited to having one base. So if in case where you want a slider and also modify that slider in some particular way, you can't really do that because you already drew your slider. So you're still limited by that, but you can build any kind of UI above, below, and modify anything in between very quickly and very easily just by adding more and more modifiers that call things above and below your code. So for most people who are not trying to build a toolkit-like system, who are not trying to build a custom Odin inspector, but for Udon, which is basically exactly what I'm doing, they can just use this kind of system, which is really simple. There will be a link under the video. You can just copy-paste that code and it will just work, and you can customize any of your inspectors with anything, and it will probably be just good enough for any of your stuff. So we'll go for an example, which will look basically exactly like the last one I shown. Instead of the empty attribute now, we have a bit more stuff because we now pass a method name to our attribute. So here we define our attribute, and instead of property attribute, we have a custom class now, which is called property modifier attribute. I'm not going to show the base class, but it's like 15 lines. Again, you can check out the specific example online. And we just take the method name and just save it to a public variable so we can use it later. And then the actual cool part of it all, we can now have a getHeight method inside that attribute instead of having it in a base class, which means that every attribute that you add on top, every modifier can say, increase the height, decrease the height, set the height to 0, hide the thing, show the thing. So whenever anything is like you want to, like in this case, we want to hide something, we tell, hey, check that method and see what that method returns, which here is a utility. I'll touch upon this later. If the method says that the property should be visible, return true, or false if it shouldn't. And the actual actual drawer is just a base class, because the drawer itself, the thing that you can copy paste, will take care of the rest, take care of the actually displaying a thing. And if you want to modify, you want to modify the base UI, you can add it here. There are examples, but if you just want to add things above or below, you don't even need to do that. It will all be handled for you. So in the code, in the actual code, it will look like this. So you have your hideIf with a method name, and here you have your base property. So instead of one attribute, you now have two, because we are not using Unity standard system. And basically we tell, hey, look at this Boolean, and based on that, show or hide this field. And that's it. There is a utility class, as I said, which basically allows this whole thing to work. This is like, hey, grab this Boolean, but like I don't want to get into like reflection and all that here, but basically all it does, it just looks at your class and looks at this property name and finds it on the class and sees if it's true or false, and that's about it. So now I talked about all of this, and it's probably mighty confusing. I'm gonna switch a bit to Udon Toolkit and why I started talking about all of this, because as I said, Udon Toolkit is built on all of it. So Udon Toolkit is basically all of that, but already built for you, already implementing a lot of classic things that people requested. It can do headers, helpers, you can like hide things conditionally, you can track if things change, you can stack things together in horizontal groups, or make your fake dictionaries, because we can't have those in Udon, but we can have list views, which is basically a fake way to get two arrays to always match in size and allow you to have things on one side and the other to be logically connected. So I just took that concept of stackable properties and built a lot of things on top, and you can just use that because it's free. So here are some examples. So like, if you ever wanted a pop-up in Udon and you're like, oh, we can't use enums because we can't, because VRChat doesn't allow that. So here I have basically the same thing that you would use an enum for, but it's just a string with a list of options. So in this case, it just takes all the events from a behavior and just allows you to select from the list, which proved very helpful when working on some projects like Submerge and on my own personal stuff. I even taught Rubik how to use the system, and he was able to work on that. And Fins as well was able to figure those out. So seems to be working as a easy to use tool. So there are headers that allow you to better separate things visually instead of just being like a bolded uppercase text. It creates like a nice background and stuff, which makes it much easier to navigate like a 100 public variable object in your scene. And there are list views, which is personally the most used thing for me. Basically everything in this world uses a list view of sorts. I think this whole world is like 50 or 60 behaviors, and all of them use some kind of that kind of system, which allows me to add two things that are connected and they look like they are a part of the same, while internally they are two different things. But you can always rely on them having the same length, so it's safe for you to assume if we can call if we get this value, we can get the same value on the same index on the other array. So, and why I build all of this is because, as I said, I wanted to build better inspectors, but I didn't want to build them like one by one, because the common thing, if you ever built anything in Unity, like any custom editor in Unity, common thing people do is they make a custom editor for each of their things, which is very slow and hard to maintain. Like if you look even at Sharp docs, the common way is to create an editor and say, hey, please be an editor for this particular script, which is great. But when you try to build a complex thing, when you try to make everything look good, you want something more scalable where you can add and remove things as you go, and they are easily composable, and it's way easier to document a thing that's like all modular and connects together in one nice way. So that's the whole reasoning. So how do you actually use this? It's exactly the same as you've seen before. There is nothing special about it, but the only difference is that for Udon Toolkit in particular, you need to define your default editor in Udon Sharp, because as much as I would like to keep everything modular, Unity doesn't allow you to do one thing. It doesn't allow you to create a custom array editor without overriding everything. So I ended up overriding everything, and thankfully Merlin added a way to do that, because otherwise I would have had to define it every time one by one, which is very annoying to do. And yeah, so thank God we can do this. And then you can just start adding attributes. So as you saw before, we had a pop-up. All you had to do is just say, hey, make a pop-up, and use this variable, role names, to populate the pop-up options, which is literally the zone I'm standing in right now. This is the script on it. This is a stage zone, and it has a list of roles and a pop-up that allows you to define which roles I'll allow to enter and allow to get voice overrides. Which is the basic example of how you can use a pop-up like this. So everything is documented. I take pride in my documentation. Everything is documented in code, and everything is documented on the wiki. Every single property, usage examples, anything you want. Nobody reads this, it seems, but hey, if anybody wants, there is all the information. And I also try to provide inline comments for things like, why is this here and why are we doing this? Because Unity inspectors get kind of confusing in some cases. And the best part, you can extend all of this. I think FaZe was interested in looking into extending Udon Toolkit's base things. So the good news is you already know everything you need to extend it. So all you do is just the same thing. You just take your stackable property, modifiable property, your property modifier, and you put them together, and there will be a documentation page exactly explaining step by step how to do that soon, basically right after the TLX, on basically summarizing the stock into one page of documentation that allows you to expand all of it. But technically speaking, you can build any native Unity or stackable property drawer, and it will be supported by Udon Toolkit, and it will be enhanced by Udon Toolkit's array editor and drag and drop and all of the things that it provides. And the good part is that you can even build your own custom inspectors for particular scripts. Like some cases you don't want one universal thing, you want something specific, like you want a thing that draws lines to everything, or in the scene while you work on it, or you want a thing that places a bunch of spheres all the way around, marking the spots. If it's like, I don't know, a teleporter that moves things around, I don't know. You can have a lot of reasons why you want to implement custom scene UI, and in that case, you can just create your custom editor using this attribute on top, which is explained in Udon Sharp wiki. And you can inherit from UT editor. And then, in that case, you get all the benefits of having Udon Toolkit's editor, and you also can add your own stuff. And the best part is, if you want to modify the actual editor, so like the thing that draws your properties, but you only want to add something on top, or above, below, or after, or add additional processing, you can just call the base method after overriding it, and you can just add things. And I will handle undo, redo, like all those things for you. You can just grab your properties and just use them directly, and it will all be saved and handled, which is, I think, is a nice plus. So it's really hard to shoot yourself in the foot, which is kind of the point of the toolkit. if you're gonna embark on that, please look at the attributes and custom UI sample, which was the script for that scary video at the beginning where everything was toggleable, switchable, and clickable. That's where all that is. It's basically a giant reference sheet right in the code. And please don't be afraid to ask myself for help. Like in Unity General channel, this is basically one of the channels that I really like monitor most actively on prefabs, because that's kind of what I do day to day most of the time. And if you have any particular questions about Udon Toolkit, you can join my Discord. I don't have a plug here because I was kind of rushing this talk, so there is no plug for my Discord, but I think it's fairly easy to find, where you can ask particular questions about the toolkit. So now that we've talked about all of this, there is one thing that I want to talk about, is where it's gonna go. So if not for this event, basically I was supposed to be doing all of the things that I'm gonna show now, right now. But because we are here, I'm just gonna talk about them. So as much as I like property drawers, I already said that they're not perfect. They are still limited to one thing. They're still calling internal Unity things. They're still limited by those boundaries. So what I'm doing right now is I'm completely rewriting everything from scratch to have everything cached, everything to be so that already made things much faster, because I wasn't really efficient and I wasn't really know what I was doing when I first writing things. And the new system allows you to extend things much easier. You don't need to figure out anything like modifiers or drawers or whatever. There is no difference between any of this. You just create a class, set an attribute, say this should draw fields with this attribute, and that's it. That in there you can define anything you want. You can define any kind of UI before or after the field, change the height, change the base colors. The colors are embedded in this thing, so you don't need to guess like which is the pro theme or the normal theme of Unity. All of that kind of stuff is already built in. And if you ever used Audience Inspector, it's basically trying to borrow from that even more than it does now in terms of general inspiration. So it has more extensibility than it does now, and hopefully it all works out. So yeah, I think that's about it. Kind of rushed because we were late on time, so hopefully that wasn't too confusing. So my main hope is if you didn't understand anything, you at least will look at editor inspectors when you see a custom one, and you will appreciate how much work goes into those things. And if you got interested in trying your own, I'm very very glad for that, and I think that's the main goal of the whole talk. So yeah, my name is Orls1. If any questions, you can ask them right there, and thanks for coming to my TLX talk. Let me open the Q&A zone.
Wow, I got none of that.
Yeah, the thing with adding together strings and doing that stuff is going to be supported at some point, but it's deceivingly complex. So it'll be a few. But yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, so you mentioned that you're going to be rewriting a lot, or you're going to be rewriting a lot of stuff. Is that going to conflict with also giving people the option to extend your classes?
It shouldn't. The old system will probably stay in there. Like I currently still have support for the old controllers kind of setup, and I will think I'll deprecate those and I move the current system into the legacy, because they shouldn't conflict. It will basically be a new editor, at least for some time. So the main difference would be you will switch from Udon Toolkit to Udon Toolkit 2.0 or whatever on 1.0, and that will be a different editor. But they shouldn't conflict. I don't know about putting them together. I'll need to look into that, but they'll probably still be supported, because I can still basically just grab all the methods you have and call them directly from the new system. So it will just be like, it will be less nice. But you shouldn't be worried about things breaking by trying to extend it now. I'll do my best, because I already have a lot of system myself. I don't want to break them, right? I want to still support those. So yeah, nothing you do now or extend now should break. You will just maybe not have access to all the cool new things without doing some updates, which is to be expected with, full rewrites. So yeah, hopefully that answers that.
Cool.
You said that one of your hopes of the talk is that it gets people into looking into Unity inspectors. If someone wanted to get into it, obviously you need a general C# knowledge, but are there any other things you would recommend people look into before diving into Unity inspectors?
Honestly, I generally tell everybody to start with just making an editor window. That's like the starting point. You Google making editor window in Unity and literally go through the docs. Surprisingly, those docs kind of guide you fairly well to create a new one. And from there, basically, I approach it as very practically, any kind of learning like that. I approach it in a way like, hey, what is like annoying you with day to day? What is the thing that you're trying to do every day? So, and you have to do it manually. So I always advise take that, Google editor windows in Unity, and just try to implement automation for that. Like creating recently people ask me like, hey, can you build a thing that creates a plane with an image right in front of you, so you don't have to create a material, add an image, and do it all manually, place a quad and format it to the size of an image. So that was a good example. I just made an editor window that did that for me, and it touched up on all the basics of Unity UI. So at that point, you already kind of know what's going on, and you are at that point able to start looking into all of this. So I would say start with the things that are your day-to-day and look into the default documentation. And after that, you can start looking in Udon Toolkit guides and Udon Sharp guides, and probably you will find your way around them. Cool.
I'd like to thank you for hosting this event.
Thank you.
I second that. Thank you. Third. It's not sarcastically.
Okay.
I want to smash my controller. So that's the reason.
Yeah. I think that's about it. We have a break. I will need to check what's up with times and if I can set the next talk, but hopefully everything works. So yeah, if anything, bear with me. But yeah, we have a break for now.
Nice.
Nice.
Where's the music? It should start.
Oh, no music.
It didn't end, I think.
Oh yeah, it restarted the talk. There we go.
No, it didn't end.
Okay, start again.
There we go.
to FFF last night.
but
We're good. Okay. Okay, you're good to go.
Is it good? Is it good? It's all good?
Yeah. Just click start. Might double click it, and we should be good.
Is that up there? Oh, look at that. It's great. It's up there. Alright. Hi, my name is IgbarVonSquid. I work at a grocery store. That's a very important fact of this because they make me stay really late, like every night, so I had no time to practice the talk, so please forgive me if things do not quite go how you expect. I do have my little notes here, and I kind of prepared in my head, so it'll be good enough. If I can do this in half an hour, I mean, it'll probably be fine. So yeah, once again, I'm IgbarVonSquid. I joined Prefabs, like...
The camera's not tracking.
Oh, it's not. Okay, that's fine. 2 years... Well, no. Two years ago, in VRChat, like 3-ish years ago, so I've been around the block, I've done things. Those things include... Oh, that's great. Let me get my laser pointer thing. So let's see, I did that Corey House avatar from way back. I made that thing. A lot of people didn't know that, but it was me. I did that. That B-movie world with the really long title. I also did that. Some of those 2D avatars back in the day. I made those. I didn't think people still used them, but I see them around every now and then. So I'm like, oh, that's cool. I made that thing. I also made that clown car. I don't think that one's really popular, but I see it sometimes, mostly with you guys. So I'm like, hey. It's my clown car, I love that thing. And then last year, for Specality, I did Alone in the Silence. I thought that one... Crap, I'm not gonna win if I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So, what I did, and I recommend that everybody else do this, is I have this big list. It's a text document that I keep on my desktop, and anytime I'm watching a movie or anything, you know, or playing a video game or something, and, what I'll do is, if I get an idea while I'm, you know, sitting around, I'll be like, oh, that's a great idea. I don't want to forget that. And I put that in my lovely list. And I write down, like, everything that I can do. So right there, but stuck between whatever the hell IgbarPG is supposed to mean. And it's not a boulder, it's a rock. Again, yes. I know what that means. You don't know what that means, but I'll know what that means when I look at the list. Is this one idea called mirror therapy. And that was the start of MIRRIM. I don't know. I didn't include the screenshot in the slide. I probably should have. But I went to, like, near Automata Flowers one time, and there was, like, 10 people, like, standing in front of a mirror. They weren't talking, and they weren't moving or anything. It was creepy as hell. So, whoa! What if I, like, took that idea and did something with it? So it turned into mirror therapy, and it was... The original idea was pretty similar. where you were like in a room and then through a series of Easter eggs you could escape the room and there's like a cult or something. I don't know. It was weird and like supernatural. But I wasn't. It's like you know, I don't want to go too supernatural because the Devouring released this year, and it's kind of, if you do anything too similar to the Devouring, it's going to be compared to the Devouring, and you can't beat the Devouring. And I'm going to talk about that more in a little bit. So in the end, I mulled around with the idea, and then we got. I was like, you know what? Let's go with this. 2001: A Space Odyssey, Stanley Kubrick. It came out like 1968. It's kind of an old movie, but it's a really good movie, and you should watch it, or maybe don't, because it's actually also a really boring and long movie. But it's like the most influential sci-fi movie of all time, so I recommend that if you have the time, you do watch it, and you'll get a little more appreciation for my world. Which, by the way, I totally forgot to say. If you haven't played the world, the rest of this talk's not going to make much sense. But don't leave, because I like having you here. I'm kind of spoiling things, but also not really. So don't worry about it. So here's what I learned from the Devouring and some horror worlds in general. We're going to be talking about that in a little more detail than what is on the slide. First of all, jump scares are cringe. Everyone knows this. I don't think it needs to be said, but I'm going to say it anyway. Jump scares suck. They're not scary. All right, if I go to your world and I hear like some bass boost, and then there's like some picture of JPEGs you got on Google Images, I'm not gonna be scared. I'm gonna be like, well, this guy sucks. I hate this man. Whoever made this person sucks, and I don't like them. The second point is for MIRRIM specifically. All right, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do ghosts, but this was sort of for MIRRIM, I was like, okay, I can't use ghosts. Why? Because the Devouring uses ghosts. And if I have ghosts, and the Devouring has ghosts, well, the Devouring ghosts are going to be better than my ghosts. Because it's, 4 people in 10 months versus 1 man in 2 months. You can't beat the Devouring. You can't beat the Devouring. Alright, that is a fact. And I think a lot of people actually thought the same thing. If you look at, like, the top winners for Speciality this year, none of them were actually similar to the Devouring at all. And I think there were a couple that were a little similar to the Devouring, and then those ones didn't really take off very much for probably similar reasons. Like, oh, why would I play this stinky map when I can play the Devouring for the 50th freaking time? I played it a lot, by the way. I liked it. Now you should know that. So, third point is dying sucks, and especially permadeath. One of the things I don't like in just VRChat worlds in general is dying. That's a really awful experience because, failed conditions in general, if you have to repeat progress, that sucks, alright? That sucks in any video game, but I feel like in VRChat especially, because we're not really game devs, we're not game developers, we don't know human psychology that well. We do our best to kind of make it fair, but we're not always going to get that right. So the Devouring, I feel like, did actually get that part really, good, where if you die, you do have to repeat some parts, but it's not too bad. It feels a little unreasonable at times, but that's my opinion. Right? The Devouring's still good. I like the Devouring, by the way. Did you guys know that? I just want to make sure. But the thing I hate the most is permadeath. If at any point in a world I die and I have to start from the beginning, even if it's a 5-minute long world, I'm not coming back. If I die one time and I have to start over, I'm not doing it. I'm leaving. I'm going home. I'm gonna go stare at a mirror for 10 hours because it's way more fun than playing your crap for another 5 times to get it right. It's not happening. So when I made MIRRIM, I was like, okay, you know what? No permadeath ever. I think that's just a rule in general, alright? Say it with me. Don't actually say it with me. I don't want to hear you say it. But in your heads, I want you to say it with me. No permadeath. We don't do that here. No, not in my house. No permadeath. Don't do it, ever. I'll come to your house and I'll kick your butt and I'll permadie you in real life. That is not a real threat. Do not call the police. But in general, dying kind of sucks. So when I made MIRRIM, I was like, okay, there's no fail conditions ever. You can't ever die. You can't ever be in a situation where you have to repeat progress. The only way you can fail in MIRRIM is if you, suck and just give up. There's no fail conditions, so there's no frustrations. It's a good experience all around. That was a big part of it, is that I didn't want people to ever be frustrated with it, because that creates a negative experience, and then anytime you think back to it, you can be like, oh yeah, MIRRIM was pretty good, but, and then that butt is a really big butt. It's a huge butt. It's got 2 big cheeks, and it jiggles around everywhere. It's a huge, massive butt. The other part with MIRRIM and horror in general is that multiplayer makes things immediately not scary. Nice picture, Rubik. That really holds true for like anything in general. A lot of times when you see horror games, they're not usually multiplayer. I think like Phasmophobia was probably the only multiplayer horror I've seen. And it's just, you watch them on YouTube, and it's constant jokes. Nobody playing that game is ever scared. It's constant jokes, it's constant memes. That holds on for like any serious work in VRChat. Anytime I'm playing a map in VRChat with friends, it is comedy central. We are cracking jokes. We are making fun of NPCs. We're making fun of like voice acting too. We're gonna rag on absolutely everything. We're not scared or immersed in the slightest. So I said, okay, multiplayer out the window. We don't need that here. Not in this map. That didn't really pan out how I wanted. A lot of people don't like that, and I think that's fair. But I think it did help a lot to make people immersed in the experience, because now it's like, oh, I'm by myself, and that really works well story-wise, and also helps to kind of make you scared. Like, oh, I'm by myself, literally, and story-wise, that kind of thing. Next part is that puzzles can really bog down an experience. This one is not in line with the Devouring. Those puzzles were great. I really liked them. The generator did screw up a lot of people. I solved it in like 2 minutes, so I'm not bragging or anything, but I solved it in like 2 minutes. Just wanted you to know that. But in general, I feel like some people are really bad at coming up with puzzles. Like, they make them way too hard. It's like, oh, it should be obvious, but then it's really not obvious. So you get stuck on a puzzle for like half an hour. You don't know what the hell's going on, and you just want to play the friggin' map, but oh, I gotta solve this stupid puzzle first, and I hate puzzles personally. So it's like, okay, I gotta have puzzles because you kind of need to slow down the player, but they're gonna be really, really simple puzzles. So a lot of my puzzles were like, oh, here's a colored thing, and you have to put this other colored thing in the same color. A 5-year-old could solve it. A colorblind 5-year-old could solve it. If you were colorblind completely, you only have like 4 options. So you could totally, if you were completely colorblind, you could be like, okay, let me check this one and put it in the hole. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Okay, try this other one. You only have to do it like 4 times till one fit in. And then, oh, now you only have 3 options. You can try them in the other holes. Like, would have worked. Totally fine. You could be a complete idiot and you could have solved that. You could have been colorblind and you could have solved those puzzles. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. The big point, it doesn't seem like a big point because it's 2 words, but this is a big point. Sound design is really super important. Especially in the Devouring, the sound design was just amazing. Like, the random sound effects I would play, like the knocking on doors or like footsteps that you hear above your head at times. Oh my god, that was so good. That's the kind of thing that really, really makes a person scared. Because what scares them is not the ghost right in front of their face. It is the thought that there's something out there that they don't know about. Because what really scares people on a psychological level is the fear of the unknown. So when you have all these sound effects where it's like, oh, I'm not alone in here, but there's a sound and I don't know what it is, that freaks you out the most. So I played the Devouring like so many times for speedrunning purposes, and the ghost is immediately not scary. Because you learn the pattern of the ghost. It's not, you're not afraid anymore. But the sounds would always freak me out every single time, and they always caught me off guard. Like, even if I knew that they meant nothing, I was still like, oh, there's a knocking on the door. That means there's something there that I don't know about, and that scares me every single time. So I paid a little attention to sound design. I could have done more in MIRRIM, but sound design in general is just so important. So I try to do my best with the time I had to kind of make sounds pretty good. And yeah, that last point, the thought of being scared is scarier than anything that's scary. So a threat that you can see is kind of scary, but once you kind of figure it out, you're like, I'm not scared of that thing anymore. But the thought that you might get scared is really what freaks people out, and that was basically what MIRRIM was built on entirely. It was just a thought that there is no like visible threat at any point. You're not really in danger at any point, but you feel like you're in danger all the time because there's atmospheric noises, and when you jump into the mirrors, there's this weird like sound, and it's really scary. So the whole time you're kind of on edge that something might happen, but nothing really ever does. But it makes this constant sense of like dread. Like, I don't know if you guys saw, like, what was that gamer movie, Joker? If you saw Joker, all right. When I was watching Joker, like, you know how it's gonna end. He's gonna turn into the Joker, but the whole movie is this build-up of him turning into the Joker, and that kind of puts you on edge the whole time. Like, oh, is he gonna do it now? Is it gonna be the Joker now? It's this constant thought of like something bad is about to happen, even if it doesn't come until like way later. That's what really builds the suspense. That to me is the scariest thing, is when you don't really know when the bad thing is gonna happen. So here's the actual like postmortem. I talked about it a little bit just now, but let's see. Yeah, I should have had multiplayer. This was a big complaint. I think it kind of kicked my own butt with that one, because some people were like, "Yeah, I want to play with friends," and most people are like cowards, and they're like, "Oh, it's a horror world, I'll play with friends," and then they see they can't play with friends, they're like, "Okay, I'm not gonna play it because I'm a cringe ass nay baby, and I'm absolutely not going to play horror by myself." Cringe. The other part is sometimes you just want to play with friends, you want to have an activity. That's fine, I totally get that. But if you're like, it's too scary for me, embarrassed. You should be embarrassed. See, so thriller is either very scary or not at all. So I would describe Mirror more as a thriller than a horror, just the points I said before. And the reaction was kind of 50-50. Some people were like really scared by it. The constant threat of something bad is gonna happen really freaked them out. Like some people on that first hallway when you leave the room were like, "Oh my god, something bad's gonna happen. Lasers are gonna come out of the walls and kill me, and the door's gonna or the walls are gonna." I heard a couple different ideas of what was gonna happen. So some people were scared by literally every aspect of the world, and then a lot of people, and like 50, maybe most, I don't know. I didn't really get any like big feedback, but I watched a couple streamers, and they were like, "Oh, this isn't scary at all because there's no visible threat. You don't really feel threatened at any point." So for some people, it was like, this world's, I'm not scared in the slightest by that, you know? So, that I totally get, you know. It's kinda, you know, it was a risky project, and, you know, I'm willing to accept that, you know, maybe it didn't pan out the best. I kinda liked it. Some people were like, it's not scary. The point wasn't really to be scary, it was just kinda freak you out a little bit. Give you a little freaky freak. Third point, should have had more sound effects, so I didn't have time to really include Devouring-like sound effects, like, to make you feel that you weren't alone. I would have really, really liked to, but you only have 2 months to do it, and I had to spend a lot of time doing other crap, so I didn't really have that time. I could include it in the polish, but by that point I was burned out on the project, so didn't bother. But if I ever do anything similar like that, sound effects to make you feel like you're not alone, like stuff falling in the distance, knocking on doors, crap like that. That is that's the good stuff. And the final point, blockouts are cool actually. I typically do not do a blockout when I make my worlds. I'll typically just draw out a little map in Microsoft Paint and be like, okay, I'm just gonna work from there, and it's sort of build as I go kind of thing. I typically have an image in my head of what it's gonna look like. But this time I was like, okay, I need these set pieces, and I need to definitely know how they're gonna like fit together. So I had to do a little a blockout for it first, and I actually do recommend you try to do a blockout if you can for these kinds of projects. My big advice is that the blockout is literally a blockout. I spent a little too much time trying to get like the measurement of the rooms perfect when really the shape was more important. So just in general, if you're gonna do a blockout, do not take that as a final piece. Just say like, okay, this is what it will look like, and then you're gonna delete it later, and then that really helps to be like, okay, I don't need to spend too much time on this, just get a basic shape on there. So that's my advice to you. There's probably some other stuff that I forgot, but again, I work at a grocery store and I didn't have a lot of time to like really sit down and think about it. So, the final piece of this lovely talk is udon. Yeah, it's a little picture of udon, the food. Get it? It's not actual udon. It's the food one. It's not funny. I know. I'm sorry. So yeah, I had to use udon. That was a requirement for everybody. You had to use udon, and Here's the problem with Udon. The big problem is that the community of people who use Udon look like this freaking thing. Oh, just use Udon Sharp. Like, excuse me, that's not what I asked. I want to know how to use graphs, stupid. Don't tell me to use Udon Sharp, stupid. Oh, sorry, I'm pissed off. I am genuinely pissed off about this, because anytime you want help on Udon graphs, people just tell you this. Yeah, just use Udon Sharp. It's like, no, I don't want to use that. Yow! Yow! I'm having a meltdown on my talk right now. I'm embarrassing myself. But the point is, I don't want to use Udon Sharp, and many other people don't, because you have to learn freaking C# first. It's a prerequisite. You can't just use Udon Sharp. Alright, I'm not a programmer. Alright? I went to a 2-year college. I don't know how to program. I work at a grocery store. If I knew how to program, I'd be having a better job. I'd be working at Facebook or something. Jeez. So here's the crappy part of Udon graphs, though, is that they have all of these bugs that no one really runs into, because again, everyone uses Udon Sharp. Maybe like 5 people on the entire planet that even bother to use graphs. So it has all these weird, wacky bugs that nobody knows what to do with. This first one, graphs will fail to compile for absolutely no reason. This is an old Udon, so this is not a problem anymore. But like the original Udon graphs, oh my. So when I made like Lolly Sanctuary, that was my big Udon learning project. So you can imagine I had to, debug all the time, because I didn't know how to use graphs. And it's really hard to debug when sometimes the issue is the graph itself just failed to compile for no reason, and there's no indication that it happened. So it was basically like, I make a graph, it doesn't work, okay, is this Udon's fault or is this my fault? And then I had to like reiterate like 10 times, and the only way to fix that was I had to delete the graph and or duplicate it and then delete the old one and then hope it compiled that time. And it was just, oh my god. If this was still a problem throughout Spookality, I wouldn't have even bothered. I wouldn't have even made MIRRIM. I would have just quit right there, because there's no way you can make anything when the graphs do not compile for no reason. It was baloney, and that was an issue for like 8 months. 8 months! And you know why it was an issue for 8 months? Because everyone uses Udon Sharp, so nobody complained. Ugh. Now I loathe Udon Sharp. Here's the thing, though. I do actually like Udon Sharp. I think it's great that people can make stuff with it. It's just, in some ways, it feels like it was almost detrimental, because now nobody's using graphs. And the people who do use graphs have to deal with all this baloney. So it's like, ooh, that's not great. The second one, this first one did get fixed. I think the first, 2 weeks after the contest was announced, this was still an issue, but it got fixed pretty quickly. That was in the works for a while. It was like an open beta at the time, so it wasn't a big deal for the contest. But Udon prefabs will lose their reference. This is not just a graphs issue. This also affected Sharp people. Is that you would have a prefab with an Udon thing on it, and you'd have it try to reference something else outside of the prefab, and then you go into play mode or you compile the thing, and then the prefab is like, oh, I've never met this man in my entire life, and it would completely forget what it was referencing every single time. So for one thing, I had this whole complicated hand tracking system, so you could push the buttons with a collider on your hand, but that meant I had to, on each button it had to reference the hand collider, and at first I was like, hey, this is a great system, but then I ran into this. I was like, oh, frick. So at first I thought I had to give up on the whole hand collider system in general, but then I remembered, oh yeah, I can just include it into the prefab itself. Not ideal, but what can you do when that's a big issue? This one I hated. So making a new variable with the same name as a deleted variable will just soft lock a graph. This one, it's so weird. It's so weird, but with how Udon graphs work, so you can take something from your hierarchy and just put it into a graph and it makes it a variable, and that's awesome. But the problem is that if you drag it from the hierarchy, it makes it a game object. So normally you have to click on it first and then drag in a specific component, like an audio source or, whatever, an animator. And the problem is that I'm super absent-minded all the time. I'm a really spacey person. And I would just absent-mindedly all the time, I'd drag in the game object instead of the component and be like, oh, fucking idiot. And then I'd have to delete the variable, and then I would drag in the component that I wanted instead. But the issue is that when the component when you do that, it makes the variable the name of the game object. So it had a game object variable before, and now it has this component variable before, and now it's like, oh, it didn't actually like delete it correctly. So now there's like two variables in the code that share the same name, and then once you go into play mode, the graph is like, I don't like you anymore, and it's soft lock, and I can't do anything with it. And at that point, I have to restart Unity, or delete the graph and start over, or like duplicate the graph so it recompiles, delete the old one, that kind of baloney again. And so it didn't come up too often, but it happened enough that it pissed me off. So that was awful. Really hated that. This one here couldn't even set strafe speed. This one definitely upsets me. Definitely upsets me. Like, you kidding me? Udon's been out for a year and you couldn't set the strafe speed until like 2 weeks ago when the contest is over. Kind of poopy. I don't know. It's not a big deal, but like one of the things I did in MIRRIM is that I would lock the player in place at certain points. So like when you get ejected out of the airlock and you're floating in space, part of the trick is that you're just locked into place. And I would do that by just setting your speed to 0. But I couldn't set the strafe speed, so you could actually still just move sideways through that part and kind of glitch out of the map. Which wasn't great, and I really didn't want to just lock the player in with colliders, because with the way I set it up, it wasn't going to work very well. And the final worst offender, I mean, it's only in one case, but like, this is what I'm talking about when I'm complaining about Udon. Like, look at this! Like, this doesn't work, but this does. I'm obviously this is just a cropped version of the graph, so you don't really know what's going on. But it's like, why would this not work? Why is it suddenly this doesn't... Like, I had to have Orel's explain this one to me like 5 times, and I still didn't get it. I don't know what the problem was, and I was ready to poop my pants trying to figure out why it wasn't working. So, yeah, Udon graphs, like, it's fun, but then you run into this baloney, and I want to die. So we are nearing the end here. It's got like 5 minutes left, so that's no problem. So in conclusion, Udon graphs are fun, but they're kind of frustrating. Let's see, the lack of any real documentation kind of sucks. So like getting into graphs is really hard because there's no real explanation for what the heck you're doing. The lack of just about anybody who actually knows how to use graphs is the real killer. So if I want help for graphs, I can't just go into the Udon channel and be like, hey, how do I do this? Because everyone's going to be like, hey, just use Udon Sharp. It's like, just kill me now. So I want to especially thank Orel's for this one, because he explained a lot of this Udon graph stuff to me. He's a smart man. He did this whole convention. If you didn't know that, he made the convention. Very cool, very epic, and very cool. I want to emphasize that point. So final part, I'm just going to show you some of my super cool Udon graphs in case you're one of those people who wants to get into Udon stuff, but then doesn't really know what they're doing. So let's see. This one is, yeah, so you're gonna have to forgive my mess. I like to make my graphs like as square as possible, which leads to like just real weird looking stuff. What is this? I can't read it. Sorry, I have an Oculus Rift, the original, so I can't even freaking read half this stuff. This was, this was the speed detection. So like how I did the footstep sounds was that I would actually I'd get the player's speed, and then I would feed that into an animator as a float value, and then I would control that with the float value. So like if you were going, I did 4 specifically here because that was the maximum speed you could go in the world. So, you know, if you were going at maximum sprint speed 4, then the animation speed was 1, and then if you weren't moving, it would be 0, and then it would kind of go between that thing. And that'll make a little bit sense on one of these other slides later on. This one is, this one's a timer. Nothing really special here. It's just, you know, doing some math, time, delta time, put them together, set it as time, and then just do that over and over again. And this, at some point you stop the timer, say get the player's name, put it into some freaking thing, and then turn off the whole timer, because you don't want that running when it doesn't need to be. Here's how I did the rotating room. So down here, this is what it actually looked like. It was basically a big seesaw, and as you go across the room, it kind of rotates around you. So I had to do some math here to be like, okay, where in the room is the player? Then teleport the room on top of that position, and then do the math of like at what point in the animation should it play, because you can't really do rotation math in Udon. Like you can, but it's in quaternions, and that's some like devil math that doesn't make sense to anybody but the man who came up with it. So I just did it in an animation instead. And that worked out way better than trying to figure out what the hell quaternions are or whatever. I don't even know how to say them. That's how bad they are, because I don't know what they say. This one's my real mess. I had to crop out the part that looked the worst. This is the height detection I used for like the venting system. So I just we're here's the player's like foot position, and then here's their like feet position, and then like, oh, how big is that? Put on do the math. There's some stuff up here of like setting a variable, and then oh yeah, there's also the flashlight stuck on the player's head position. So I literally just grabbed it and put it straight on their head. So and then there's some stuff on the side that I cropped out because they're not important. And the talk is almost over. The time basically ran out. So just the last thing. Animators are awesome. You should use them. Even if you're using triggers, Udon graphs, Udon sharp, whatever, you can do this cool trick where if you have the animator on the same object as like a trigger or an Udon graph, then you have this option to like add this little bookmark to make a little animation event. And then near the bottom, you have this option for send custom event. And then it looks like this. And then the string name is the name of the event. And then you can put that into the graph itself or the trigger or whatever have you. So you can trigger something directly from an animation. So this is actually the second half of the footstep detection system, where so it's a looping animation that plays, and every time it hits this bookmark, it says, okay, pull from an array or a sound effect, and then just play it at the source. So that's the second half of footsteps, and that's basically the whole talk. Here's a nice picture I put up. So I'm done. Bye-bye. And I leave you with the question: would you look at this man for $18 trillion? You don't have to answer. I already know the answer is no. Okay, thank you. I don't know if we really have time for questions, but I don't imagine there are many questions. So.
Yeah, we don't have time for questions, but yeah, thank you, Igbar. No. Great.
You just ask me
my
DMs,
controller.
Rubik.
Yeah, you can find him like just in the break and just ask anything if you want. We have a 5-minute break till Akalink's talk, so yeah, we'll just go on a break. If your camera is broken over there, if it doesn't show Igbar, we'll see if we can fix that. We cannot. So well, if it bothers you. It works on stream, but if it bothers you, you can rejoin the world. That should fix it. At least we tested it before with Akalink. But for now, we have 5 minutes or so. We'll try to start in like around 10 or like maybe 12 minutes from. Okay, anyways. Well, it now shows me, but.
Just wanted to say
yeah,
it.
Tax ownership.
Like essential worker stuff, like people are complaining about they don't getting any
No, that doesn't do anything.
Well, wait, give it a couple seconds. It does it for 4
Yeah,
seconds
I'm
later
gonna
or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna try hiding my fixed audio. I don't know if that would help. Okay.
Akalink, can you step
L.
back?
Press L.
Yeah.
Out the zone for a second? And
Yep. Hello, everyone.
step back into the zone again.
Okay. Is this better? Are we good?
Nah, it's the same, I think.
Well, I rejoined the world and I had to download it again. I wonder if I had to do anything.
I heard a difference in audio. When he came back
heard a
in, I could
difference
hear
in
the
audio?
difference.
Okay.
Can we,
Well,
can you maybe
No,
go
he's
back
amplified
into the zone at the back?
You can still click on
And then
fixed
Yeah.
audio, I think.
No, like all the way to the back.
all the way back. I'm gonna.
Wait, actually, yeah,
Okay, so it's quiet now.
yeah, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't impact that.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Did we crash our voice overrides? We might have.
Did we? Did we?
So it's
That would
working on me.
stink.
If you double click and do fix audio, does it work for people who it's not working for?
So Igbar didn't work for me the last time, so I just rejoined and now it kind of works again. So maybe it did crash.
Yeah.
Yeah, rejoining fixed it for me as well.
Yeah, I might be worth doing.
Rejoin if you can't hear it.
Okay. Well, I have access. Let me move. Actually, I can't even see the timer. I have access overlay open, so I can see my slide because I have a Vive, and I can't read my slides down here. So, Vive Club. Woohoo!
Vive Club.
There we go.
Okay, yeah,
Now
I
it's
think we should
massive.
Just go. Yeah.
I'm just gonna go ahead and start. So, intro to sound design. So sound design is something near and dear to my heart. Been doing it for a bit. I started up doing music, and then it was kind of a lot of the tools are the same, so it's kind of a natural progression. So, that being said, here are the goals of my talk. So, I'm going to introduce you to the concept of sound design. I'm going to introduce you to the tools and the techniques to create sounds for your projects. I'm also going to get you excited enough to try and create your own sound effects. Create your own sounds, your own assets, all that shebang. And hopefully, I'm going to make your sounds world. I'm going to make it so that your world sound better. So, here is the big $1 million question. As the slide changes, what is sound design? Well, in practice, it is creating sounds for media. Media being anything that is like a presentation. So plays, TV shows, video games, movies, all that. But why is it important? Actions create sounds. When you hit a light switch, what sound does it make? Click. So, when you have actions in your world, they should be accompanied with sounds. In the world we're in right now, there's a nice bit of sound design. You can hear there's a bit of air conditioner running. If you have your world sounds up, which I do recommend you do because I have videos in this presentation, you can hear there's ambiance from the air conditioner. There's action in this world that you understand is happening because you can hear it. Another important thing about sound design is that it's an invisible art. It is a very thankless job. Good sound design is not noticed. It is present, but it does not bring attention to itself. So that being said, I'm going to play a little video. It's from a really popular video game that came out this year. It's a VR game. It has incredible sound design, and I'm going to show you just the beginning, so there won't be any spoilers, but I want you to pay attention and listen to the ambience of the world and how it informs the type of world it is by just listening. Of course, you can watch it and see it happening, but also listen. Pay a little bit more attention and actively listen to what is happening. All right, so Half-Life Alyx, pretty incredible sound design. You could hear various things, like you can hear that there was birds nearby crowing. You can hear that even though you couldn't see them when you're in the building, you can hear the alien combine. All the vehicles driving by, you can hear your communications device up in the corner bugging you. Hey, you have a message, someone trying to call you. It all informs the world. You can hear your footsteps. You understand what type of floor it is. It informs the world around you. So, let's start from the beginning of what you need to do to make your own sounds. So, tools. Sound design tools. So on the left here, you'll see these are various softwares, and on the right, you have various hardwares. And you may notice, like, hey, I recognize some of this. Audacity, I use Audacity. And like, good on you, Audacity is fantastic. Though, there's a caveat to it. It is not the be-all, end-all. There are many things that Audacity does not have, and I'm going to show you during this talk, like, hey, you might want to try something besides Audacity for this. A lot of my problems with Audacity when it comes to editing have to also do with the workflow. So keep Audacity, it's great. But hey, maybe look into Reaper. Reaper is free to try, and it only costs $60 for non-commercial license. A commercial license is still incredibly cheap. An industry standard one, the one that people use in like movie studios and stuff, is Avid Pro Tools. You can also use Adobe Audition, but I only had like so much room. So you have FL Studio, Ableton, all these digital audio workstations, also called a DAW, are your great resource to actually work in your sounds in. And a lot of video editing tools also can do a lot of this too. So, recording. How do you actually record your own sounds? Well, if you don't have anything, you could use your phone. I've personally recorded with my phone and got paid for the sound effects I made that I recorded with my phone. You can use it. It's fine. Don't feel bad about it. But if you want to be a little bit more serious, I recommend picking up a handy recorder. That's actually the same one that I own, but there's a bunch of options. That particular one has built-in microphones. They usually have built-in microphones, so it has XY pattern, so you can record in stereo, and it captures the room. It's great. It isn't for everything. So on the bottom of it, it has XLR and TRS plugs. TRS stands for tip ring sling. It's your standard like guitar jack or headphone jack, but bigger. You can plug those in. It even supports phantom power for condenser mics and other mics that require phantom power or 48 volts, 24 volts, etc. So you can power microphones, you can use whatever microphone you want, and you record it. It records to an SD card. You can save it for later. But if you don't want to invest in that, you have a USB microphone. I just put a Blue Yeti in, but you can use anything. You can use your headset microphone. You can use that. And then like a great mic, if you're looking to like pick something up, I put in an SM57. That's a great starter microphone. It's used for just about everything. You can use it for like really loud sounds. People use it for like guitar amps. People use it for drums. I've done a lot of sound effect recordings with an SM57. It sounds wonderful. It's only $100. If you could pick up a used one at a garage sale, they've been around since the 60s. Fantastic microphones. So let's delve into the different types of recordings out there. So let's start with like probably the most straightforward one. This is field recording. And I love doing this sometimes, though it's very time consuming. Basically, you go out into the world and you capture it. The basic idea is you have your handy recorder or your laptop with an interface or a microphone, and you just go out and record the world. It is also not an easy way to record sound effects because you have to deal with the entire environment. So you go out and you're going to the woods. You don't know if someone's going to show up and start, for a loud conversation. In fact, it's been kind of a problem for a long time for field recorders that they have to spend a ton of time out in the field just to get a little bit of usable recording. It's tough, but it's fantastic because you get to capture the world as it is, or as I put it, as it proceeds. So yeah, I generally dedicated some dedicated gear. You can see like in that image there's a handy recorder. They have a microphone there. They're capturing the waves. And you really can't like reproduce. You can reproduce this outside of like field recording, but you really get. I would say this is like compared to what you have to do in other types of recording in production of sound. This is the easiest. It's fine. So the next one is, I think, the most fun for recording, and the one I hope you get to try at some point. Foley. So, yay. Foley is an absolute blast. You just make sounds. But how does it work? Well, you make sounds from objects. And the cool thing about it is it doesn't have to be the object you're trying to record. Just, hey, I want to get the sound of bone snapping. I guess we're going to go to a trip to the hospital and ask the doctor if we can, hey, we need to, you're going to refix a bone. Can we bring in some microphones? That's too much work. Let's get some like a stick or some like celery. Done. Well, punching sounds. Oh, hey brother, want a fist fight? Nope. Just let's grab a pillow or something and let's record it. It's surprisingly easy, and you don't really need that much. You just need like a microphone. You can have it hooked up to your computer, to a laptop. You can use your iPhone like I did, or your iPhone, and you just do whatever you do. And like you can see in that bottom picture, like they're doing stuff to picture, but they have like a whole bunch of tools at their disposal just to make those sounds. They don't have to actually go out and like do it. They don't have to capture everything out when they're filming. It's just they're in the studio having fun breaking shit. So the next one I think is probably the most difficult one and requires the most amount of knowledge, and that's synthesis. So please load. Okay. So this is by creating sounds via a synthesizer. This can be either through a VST on a computer or through a hardware synth. It honestly doesn't matter. I would say if you want to look into this, go and download some like basic free synthesizers. If you already have some, just go and play with the knobs and see what you can create. And you can use basically any synth, but some will be more useful than others. If you have like Serum, that's a very popular synthesizer for creating sound effects. But if you want to be really simple, I recommend like using like YMVST or Magical 8-bit to create some, which are free VST plugins. So they work with, I think they're all VSTs. I think Magical 8-bit supports audio units, which is for Apple, like Logic and GarageBand. But you can use this to make 8-bit sounds if you wish. The YMVST is a fantastic Atari synthesizer, so if you want to do like retro sounds, I recommend playing with those. And also you can use them to make music. They are, after all, chiptunes synthesizers. And in my picture that I have there, I use one that I use a lot for making retro sounds, which is Massive. It's a made by Native Instruments. And you can use that I use that to make a lot of retro sounds, including instruments. It's literally moving around dials to create your instrument. That's kind of like the basis of like synthesizers. You can create and tune sounds to make an instrument, or it's just sound effects. So there's a lot of overlap between music production and sound design. And I mean, there's a lot of reason for that. They both make sounds. So the next thing is, I think might come a lot of left field for people, is libraries. Did it click? Libraries, okay. So I know I'm talking about telling you, like, go make your own sounds, but it isn't always an option. Libraries are a great place to find sounds. So like freesound.org. There's other places that I totally forgetting the name of. Oh, the Sonus GDC bundles. Go search those out. They are these massive libraries of free sound effects that you can download, and they're free. The game audio community makes them every GDC. They come up with a new one, and they're worth downloading. There's a lot, at libraries you're going to find a lot of not great stuff, but it's really honestly better than nothing. And the better you get at like editing and processing, the more useful they'll become. So, yeah, if, as I put my last point there, it's free libraries may require extra work, but it may be worth considering if you're going to be doing a lot of work just to go to a subscription service for sound effects, because it will save you time. Having to go through and listen to a lot of sound effects, wait for them to load, is very time consuming, as well as making your own sounds. So we've gone through all the processes for actually getting sound assets to work with within your DAWs, digital audio workstation DAWs, etc. The next portion I'm going to bring up is editing, which I clicked the next button, but there it goes. So I'm going to break it down into two different categories, which is destructive and non-destructive editing. For those who have a modeling background, I would say think of Blender and Blender, the Blender. Now I'm totally blanking. The Blender add-ons, I'm going to put on the modifiers, Blender modifiers. Okay, Blender modifiers. Think of it like that, but I would say even less destructive than Blender modifiers. So, what is destructive editing? It's like when you change the source file or you do an effect and you okay, I need to go back. Do I spam undo or do I have to reset? Which is actually one of the reasons why I recommend graduating from Audacity, because a lot of the effects that you put on, you put on a compression or reverb or amplifier or something, you lose the you have to actually undo stuff. Whereas when you're working in Reaper or any other DAW, you're putting on VST plugins, and they work in real time. So you can not only work and mess with them in real time, you can just bypass them and you no longer have the effect on them. It's way better than going, okay, I'm going to put this effect on there. It's been edited, and now I can set it and forget it, or I can remember my settings and do it later. It's no destructive. Don't deal with that. So non-destructive, basically, if you can return to where you were originally with just a click, or not having to spam and do, or just a couple simple steps, that is a non-destructive editing. The next step will be not too far from what we talked about when it came to synthesis, and that's processing. So that is using so you can see in my pictures the guitar pedals. That is this is literally using guitar pedals and other types of effects, but you're doing it with sound effects. So for those unfamiliar with this concept entirely, I'm going to describe how an electric guitarist, they have it's amplified. You really can't hear it. So what they do is they take a cord and it plugs into an amplifier. The amplifier feeds into a speaker, that plays the sound. But it's, aside from a few options on the amp itself, it is the raw sound of the guitar's pickups. So what do guitar players do? They buy pedals, and they connect a cord to cord of two different effects. And then sometimes they'll split stuff off and then combine it later. But in general, it'll just go through an entire path of effects pedals. So they could okay, I want to overdrive it so it sounds more metal, and then I'm going to put some chorus on it, and they start adding up these effects to create a very unique sound. So in the same way, in your digital audio workstation, you will add effects down the chain to create a unique sound. So what are some of these tools? Well, some common ones are reverb, which is a simulation of space, the reflections of a room, which is different than echo. Echo is just it coming back, but a reverb actually simulates timing and room sizes. It's very useful, especially when you're doing something that's more baked into a 2D audio or ambisonics. Then you have gates, which is the audio will be cut off if it's too quiet. It won't start unless it gets loud enough. You have compression, which is taking a very dynamic waveform and squishing it down so it's more consistent. But there's also things you can do with compression where you can add a spike of volume, which is very common when you're mixing drums. You can add a bit of punch to a very weak-sounding drum, like a snare or a kick. chorus, which is a duplication of the sounds, and then you detune them a little bit to add a largeness to an instrument, which you can also do the sound effects. So you can kind of see where I'm going here. Distortion. You distort things. That one's pretty self-explanatory. And I'm actually, in an example, you'll see me using amplification, distortion type stuff from what I did in Submerged. So that being said, this is a lot, and there's a lot of knobs and a lot of words being said. Don't expect to understand these tools at all, but I would challenge you to try and play with them and see what the knobs do and see how they affect everything. And that's actually a bit of the playfulness of it. So the next I'm going to just show you some stuff I have in Logic. A lot of these examples are from a game I worked on last year, an indie game, which you play as like a cell, you're microscopic in a body. So, but there's also some examples from Submerged 2 that you will see. So here we go.
Welcome to Devouring, Doctor. Welcome to Devouring, Doctor.
All right, so you can see that, like, okay, a lot of Foley in that. The first example was me just using my microphone, and I actually got my hands wet and tried to make sound effects of like squishiness with just putting my hands together, and it actually came out really good. But doing like my own Foley with my voice to be like ooh, ah, ooh, for when you're getting hurt, and adding the effects to make it sound cuter and more like something that's inhuman. Same with like the child recording I had to do the same thing. And so my personal thing is way behind because there was 2 slides. But here's like a thing that you may have noticed in this is I created a variety of recordings, and that's because you will make your recordings and you will be like, I don't like this at all. So you go and you get a lot of assets and you can pick what you choose from. Another thing is that, especially in games, you really need to have variation, and I'll show in a future video, which you'll see some of the Fmod projects from that game that I worked on, how I created some variation and used all those assets. But another thing, as you can see that I did, is I used layers. So like on the Submerged monster, like I had to do some like weird clipping to get it long enough, and by itself it didn't sound very good. You could hear the loop, but combined together, it really hit it well. But on top of that, having all those layers made the monster sound that much cooler. So like having the sound of the alligator, I guess it was purring, and like the lion roars and other sounds that a lot of them I got off like freesound.org to just make them sound much better, and I time stretched them, added effects. It made, I think a lot of people were scared of that monster, but on top of that, you can Cyan's voice lines that he used for his character were all through a character. You never saw them; they were all spoken through a military radio. So how does that sound like? Well, it's going to be lo-fi. There's going to be a lot of noise. And so I had like radio recordings behind it, but I also took the EQ, the equalizer, which controls the actual like pitches around the sounds, and I shrunk it down just to be the center, because radios don't want to use more than they have to, so they only focus on like the speaking frequencies. And then I added a distortion, so I amplified it. And when I layered it with the existing radio sound, it sounded like a noisy radio. And funny enough, there were some frequencies that were in that recording that you couldn't hear, but once I added my effects, added to the lo-fi-ness, and sitting there, I'm just like, well, in any other situation, this would be a problem, but this actual situation is good. This is because it's supposed to sound like a bad walkie-talkie radio. So you use layers, but the great use of the effects is you are really changing the character of your sounds. So just because what you record and what you have sound a certain way, they're not going to end the same certain way. They're going to change character. So it's moving on to the next slide. I'm going to make a point about that. I have to click these twice. Okay, so implementation. So you have your mono, stereo, ambisonic assets. And us working in VR, we're going to overwhelmingly use mono assets. And that's because we're going to be using spatialization most of the time. You'll sometimes use stereo assets, though they're not as ideal. Well, I've actually taken some stereo assets in and played with them. If you have really realistic recorded orchestral music, it sounds just wrong in VR. It is most pop music sounds okay, it's passable, but you have something that actually is based on strong reality roots and you put it in stereo in VR, it sounds wrong. There's also ambisonic assets, which are great, but they don't really work so well in VR. They work great in 3D video. Ambisonic assets are your so you think stereo is having two ambisonics are in the sense stereo, but you have more than two channels, and they're also locked in rotation. So if you have a sound effect that is here, and you turn your head, it is now it's still over here. So ambisonic assets are really cool. They are a little bit too strong for me. I haven't been able to really make good ambisonic assets. I know that Kid Cuisine has gone and recorded ambisonic stuff and put them in VRChat, and I can't figure this out. He's really smart, so he has that going for them. But mostly mono assets. If you import stereo assets into Unity and you use them spatialized, you're going to have problems. They're going to only use one channel. So either force them to mono or just directly import mono assets. And next biggest thing is, and this is especially in VR, is you're going to have proper spatialization as well as location. And I think people understand this pretty well, but I'm still going to make a point of it. The most realistic spatialization is going to be your logarithmic, and I love how it sounds. And you're going to have to also put things in the right spot. So when you have an NPC that's speaking, their voice should come out of their mouth. But being said, we're dealing with games, and things aren't always practical when they're realistic. So a logarithmic curve, when you get far enough away from it, you quickly can't hear it anymore. And if you need someone to hear something, don't use a logarithmic curve. You probably might want to use a linear curve. Linear curves aren't realistic, but damn, you can hear them. You can also do a custom curve. That being said, if you're in VRChat and you are, I recommend using the spatial audio source. And I also recommend using the audio. You want to use the audio source curve, because unfortunately the spatial audio source, its curves and its volume and everything don't reflect an editor, and you're going to be iterating an editor a lot. Cyan Emulator recently did some implementations, my understanding, to account for that. But it's still not that great. If I believe there's cannies for this, but if there was just ways to control the spatial audio source the same way we can control the audio curve, or just copy it and still have like all the niceness of the spatial audio source, I would be very happy. I'd be a happy clam. But yeah, another thing is the gain is also kind of a black box, so I recommend keeping it at default. And if anything's too quiet or too loud, pop it into Audacity and amplify it, and then put it back in, and go with that. And then the final point is that when you're actually putting your sounds in here, you want a mix of intentions. So real isn't always great, but you always want to have an intention when you mix. What you have to just understand and decide what people need to hear, what type of world you're making with your sounds, and if you don't have intention, things kind of get lost. So always be mindful of how you mix things and how loud they are. You don't want to have like it blow people's ears out when you have their volume at 100%. You won't want it to be too quiet at like 75% or 100%. So go 100%. Never want to blow people's ears out. And stylized mixing is fine. Realistic mixing is fine, but always have a purpose for why it's mixed. And that's especially in games where everything is not in service of the art form, but in service of the mechanic. So I'm going to go back to a video. This is going to show some Fmod stuff. It's also going to show some demos in Unity that I did. For those who remember my squeaky footsteps, you'll see that here. But it's just the fun stuff that you can see when it comes to variation and spatialization, and as well as twisting sounds to be used for new purposes. Honestly, I kept the noise maker one there with the trumpet sound just for fun. That was just a fun sound effect and fun thing. Yeah, variation is incredibly important. I put that a ton in these demos. Try to change the pitch. So if you're working in Udon, great news. You can just go and just call like, hey, pitch equals this range, if like random. It's simple. Same with volume. And you can also just like, okay, I'm going to do a play one shot, but I'm going to like randomly pick between like an array of like clips and boom. Like, so in the Fmod examples, I have like a multi-timbral. I don't remember if that's the right name, but it's like there's multiple sound effects and it just picks one randomly. And you can do that in like Udon. It's not hard. I have like prefabs and I'm not really plugging them because they're kind of broken because I messed up like my using namespace stuff, but like if you go and import them and like fix that, boom, you have like I can put in multiple sound effects and multiple audio sources and randomize them throughout the world. So variety is so important, especially when you're dealing with a lot of like noisy stuff and like repetitive stuff, like the footsteps. Even though it's like one sound effect, I made sure that hey, this is going to be randomized in how on its pitches, but also its volume, so it doesn't sound ear grating the same. But you can see with like my Seagull white box thing, the spatialization does create a sense of space. Like you can hear it and you can understand, oh, I am like this windy place and there's seagulls nearby. Maybe I'm at the ocean. I understand where I am by just how it sounds. And just like in that previous example from Half-Life Alyx, you understand just by listening. You're in a city. There are alien machines. There are birds about. You understand where you are just by hearing it. And it so greatly informs the type of world you're in. But in my last example, you can see I have this recording. I have like my crank sound, and that's like not unchanged. But I also did Foley, and I took a GameCube controller, and I just went to try and get the sound effects. And I got a mic nice and close. And after like a few minutes of trying, I got something sounding clean, and I got a nice bit in there, and I put it into Unity, and I went, okay, pitch, shift it down. It becomes a whole lot slower. Suddenly it becomes a crank sound for this gate. So even though we are done working in our DAW, we're not done actually twisting the assets that we have. We can randomize the spatialization. We can get so much out of just a couple assets. We can get so much out of just reusing stuff at different pitches. Like if there's any takeaway, get creative. Don't follow rules. Just do. So, that being said, takeaways. Variety. So much variety. And then you have your spatialization, and it creates a sense of space. I just said these things just now, but please remember them, because these are the most important things when it comes to sound design. And then the last is twisting assets. Get creative. One of my favorite examples, from the father of sound design, Ben Burt. If you've seen a Star Wars movie, you've heard his work. Incredible sound designer. He's like, okay, I'm in the middle of the desert in Central California. I need to make a sound effect for a laser gun. I don't have much. What do I do? Hey, let's go. And there's this metal wire thing from a electrical pole. We get the microphones on. Pew! Pew! Take that takeaway. Go hit stuff. Please hit stuff. I'm begging you. But yeah, sound is valuable. It is valuable. The tools and the variety of approaches you create an accessible art form. And creativity and unity are the core of creating sound effects. And implementation doesn't just mean putting in sounds. And I just realized that I skipped slides and I had in my slide the one from before. So I was like, hey, did I write this twice? But please don't skip out on putting sound effects in your worlds, because it is important. Visuals are important, and please don't skip out on those either. But you need to have the remaining 20%, because your ears are so easy to trick. And variety. The variety approach is accessible. You can just download Audacity for free. You can download Reaper for free and try it out and mess with stuff and edit stuff around and use the plugins that are built in. You can download free plugins off the internet and work with stuff. I know you all are creative people. You guys make worlds in VR, for God's sake. That's so awesome. And so here's another tool set for you to make cool stuff. And then put it in your stuff and work with it. Implement it in such creative ways. So with that being said, that is the end of my talk, and I am going to open up the floor to questions. Is there something I need to press orals or?
No need. Everything should be good.
All right.
Q&A.
Yeah. I have according to my thing here, I have 5 minutes. So, yep.
You talked about modifiers. I guess I started using Audition. I did not see that in it. Is it specifically for a software?
So I use that as a comparison, but I think we were in a Discord call a while back, and I showed you EQ,
Yeah.
And those are plugins. And so if in the sense of like audio, those are called plugins. You basically affect the audio the same way like a modifier affects like a mesh, and boom, you have a different your sound is different. So that is mostly the comparison. So like you were using the equalizer, but there's a ton of different options, and you can there's companies that just make standalone plugins to use with anything that you're using. So they're standardized, so you don't always have to buy like a certain software to use a certain plugin, if that answers your question.
Can Audition do that? Does it have a plugin? Do you know?
That is a good question. If it supports VSTs, then yes. If it supports
I don't think Audition supports VSTs. No.
Do you know what format they support?
I do not know, but I don't think you can use like actual synthesizers within Audition. It's mostly for like Foley work and sound effect stuff for video production.
Yeah. Okay.
Too bad.
Reaper does.
Reaper does. Reaper's good. FL Studio's good.
Do you have any recommendations for paid libraries?
So, actually, there was a company that I worked for called the AIXR, and they gave me access to a really great library, and it was called Elements Envato Elements. There was really a lot of really great stuff in there, so I would recommend looking into that. Illusions used a really good library for when he did stuff for Devouring, and I don't remember the name of it, so I would also ask him. He might part some good knowledge on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry if I've already asked this before, and because I honestly don't remember, but this is all I could think about when you were talking about synthesis sound design. Have you played with Vital yet?
No, I haven't, but I'll take that as a recommendation to play with it.
Please, for the love of God, go play with Vital. After you're done with December Crunch, go play with Vital. It is absolutely super fun. Everybody go play with Vital. Go download it. It's free.
Go play with Vital.
It's the new serum. It's the new serum, but it's free. So, I mean, there you go.
No idea what serum
is. Hey.
Post a link somewhere.
So my question is, when I've been doing sound effects, I did a lot of sound effects for like little ones for the Devouring and other projects. One of the biggest issues I have is changing pitch and timing. So you'll get a bell from Freesound that goes for 10 seconds. I need it to end at 2 seconds and making it sound how making that realistic, or as well as taking something and pitching it up or down without it sounding robotic. And I'm using Audacity, so I'm wondering if there's better tools for using that and what you suggest.
So that is actually a really tough question because if you get something, that's one of the problems with like libraries is you don't necessarily know the actual like fidelity of what you're getting. And I'm not really one who's a stickler for fidelity, but when it comes to actually working with assets, you want to get as high resolution fidelity as possible because of this reason. When you time stretch stuff and you have stuff that is like 44.1 kilohertz, not too high quality, it quickly starts to get robotic, but the higher quality of recording will fix that. But there's other things you can do. You can start like cutting stuff up together in Audacity or Reaper or whatever you're using, and it becomes kind of a chore. So that's essentially where having like good libraries and good stuff that you've paid for come in handy, because having something that is 96 kilohertz, very high quality, way overkill for games. You work at it and you then finish editing it, and you put it into a 44.1 kilohertz asset or 48 kilohertz asset. That'll help a lot. So it's not really an easy solution to fix that, but it's basically like, besides like get better assets, or just maybe see if you can record something yourself if you really can't find something. But it's kind of a non-answer. I'm sorry if you want to.
But no, actually, that's actually a good question because I wasn't really aware that the hertz of recording was something that mattered. So that's a good tip.
Yeah. All right. Yep.
What was I gonna say? Shit. Great. I wanted to make one comment. You were talking about gear, and I think a really good recommendation is something that I personally have. It's a little camera recorder from Zoom, which is an audio production company.
Yes.
But it has the stereo microphones. You can use it as a lavalier mic recorder. You can plug it into your computer, use it as a webcam, and it's only like $200. So it's basically like a GoPro with a better microphone. So it would be a really good, cheap field recorder. Other thing I wanted to say, in the video industry, they often say that audio is 50% of what the audience is experiencing. And I think that's pretty much applicable when it comes to video games as well. So it's important.
Yeah.
That's a joke.
Okay, is
quote.
So, okay, so you were talking about like audio and like doing commissions and whatnot, or like getting paid for it earlier. How would you go about promoting yourself with your audio?
That's a good question because it's really hard, and I never really see people actually promote themselves. It's always really best through like word of mouth and just like being just networking. That is like the honest to goodness like the best way as like an audio person to get gigs, because we're incredibly annoying. We are so annoying. There's a joke where like there's audio positions apply, and like especially composers will apply to gigs for companies that are like shipping to games. Like, hey, can I write the music for like the new Immortals Phoenix Rising? It's like the game is shipping, like we're printing it. You can't write music for it. Super annoying. So having just networking is really like the best way to promote yourself as a sound designer and a composer. And also having a great reel. Great reels help. You can just be like, hey, this is my reel. Boom. Hey, you're pretty good. Is there any more questions? I'm kind of like, I bet Orals is going to stop me. So,
If you don't have any more questions, we're gonna take a break until Jordo's talk. So like 5 minutes or so, and then Jordo will start.
Cool. Yep.
Time for snacks.
Yay, snacks.
I just realized that we've been here a long time and I'm very, very hungry.
I am so looking forward
Okay,
to your
that's the one thing, Arels, I'm sorry, but your catering is shit.
Okay, we're gonna be starting with Jordo, so everyone is welcome back into the normal seats, and yeah, welcome. Please go click take control.
Thank you, Orals.
Start.
Hey, it works. Alright, I'm Jordo, and today I'm going to present my TLX talk, which is about thinking cross-compatible. Note that this talk will not touch on avatars. This is purely world and for world creators only. Although, I guess there are some tips you can use for avatar, but most of them are just worlds, so yeah. Play. So I'm Jordo. I've been playing VRChat since December 2018. I started world creating around the beginning of 2019 by porting game maps, including the Mad Moxie, this way, Mad Moxie's bar from Borderlands, and then I got into the Prefabs community, so that was around April 2019. Then I ported the Ebon Hawk from Night of Zero Republic, a very good game that I love, and then I participated in Spookality 2019, I mean, with Meat Grinder, which scored second in the cross-platform category. Then Udon came out, I made Dab with Friends, and with the knowledge I got from creating Meat Grinder, I created a Unity tool called Easy Quest Switch that allows you to automate components, changes on components depending on the build target you have, but I'll explain that later in the presentation. And finally, about a month ago, I released Thermal Treatment, which is a sequel to Meat Grinder for Spookality 2020, and that actually won first place in, again, cross-compatible. So, why would you make a quest world? Well, I can tell you my philosophy. Making a quest world is about, for me, the challenge. The challenge of making a quest world with the requirement that we have. And it also, it gives cool world for people to play with. People that have the quest, people that can tell their friend about VR, and how great they're having fun and such. And, well, the quest is getting... Well, the quest is going to get even more popular than it is right now, as you can see with reports of the Quest 2 having 5 times the pre-order of the Quest 1, and we're not even Christmas yet, so I can see that Quest probability is going to be rising. So if you want to have your world be enjoyed by people, you know, I think it's interesting to port it to Quest or to make Quest worlds. So I'm going to be talking about how I set up a project for making quest worlds. So first, you have to install the Android SDK. If you don't have it, you go to the Unity Hub, you go to your installs, you click on Add Module on your Unity installation, and you check Android SDK, and you download that, and it will work. Automatically switches, okay. Don't duplicate your project. So VRChat documentation tells you duplicate your project and just report the changes you make in between each version. For me, I believe that's counterintuitive, and it's also very, very, very prone to errors. For example, you could have some objects that are not at the same position in the hierarchy, and that could lead to desync or issues that you wouldn't have otherwise. So I feel like it's just easier to just use the same project. And I'll explain how you can do that with different tools afterward, because and that is using the local cache. So the issue is that switching from PC to Quest takes a long time, but Unity actually has a solution built in for that, which is local cache. And the local cache has an option to be local, so it's on your computer, and it just works. So for that, you go to Preferences, cache server and you click on cache server mode and you put it to local. And that way, basically, when you're switching from PC to quests, it will look in the cache, see if it already has imported some assets for quests, and it will just, if there's no changes, then it can just import that version. Basically, you'll turn converting a project to PC or quest from like 10 minutes or more to like, how about like, and 1 minute, 30 seconds. So yeah, it's really useful feature. And that's what allows you to not have to duplicate your project, pretty much. There is something to note, is that the first time you do it, it will be long. Like it would be otherwise if you didn't have the cache server, because it creates all the assets in the cache server. So the first time you switch from PC to quests, it'll take a long time. First time you switch to quests to PC, it'll take a long time, and then it will be extremely fast. And also deactivate VSync, especially if you're doing Udon stuff that allows you to see your CPU frame time usage. Otherwise, it would just kick in VSync and you'd see like 12 milliseconds. There we go. I went too fast. My bad. See. Nope. There we go. So like, okay, never mind. So I guess it just switches. I hope it doesn't do that for all my slides because I had lots of stuff. So yeah. So now I'm going to be talking about the tools. All these tools can be found in the Prefabs database, which I believe will probably have a link on the video if Orals can do it later. So the first tool I want to talk about is the VR World Toolkit by One. So the VR World Toolkit allows you to get some optimization tips or like fix some common issues you can have with your project. It will automatically tell you, different stuff, or it will tell you if your occlusion cache is too big. So it's really useful information that you can use while you're making your world. But it also has one option that is very important, and it is build reports. And build reports will allow you to see how much space your build is taking and what assets are taking up which space. So it's very useful. It separates between PC and Quest, so you can clearly see like, oh, this asset is taking this much megabyte and such. So it's really useful. I got it. I pause it now. So yeah, as you can see, the build reports for PC and Quest, and you can clearly see like all the memory space taken by the different assets you have in your project. The second one I want to talk about is Easy Quetch Switch, which is my own tool that I developed after making Meat Grinder. So as I said earlier, it allows you to automate changes on component. What that means is that if you drag a game object, you can change the layer, you can change the tag, you can change the static flags. Basically, automatically, as soon as it changes from PC to Quest, all you have to do is drag in the component, and then you change this to different setting there is. If you drag in a shader, if you drag in material, you can change the shader on that material. If you're dragging a mesh renderer, you can change the anchor point, you can change the materials, you can change the light probes, etc. So I made this because it was very tedious, very tedious to make the changes between the Meat Grinder PC and the Meat Grinder Quest. And I made this to be as easy as possible to use. So if you're looking for a tool to do Quest worlds, give it a try. Another tool that I'm going to talk about is CyanEmu. If you don't have CyanEmu, don't let CyanEmu. Just do it. There's no question. It's just to do it. It's necessary at this point. Not even if you're making Quest world, just making any world general. Download CyanEmu. Allows you to test your entire project directly in editor. It matches up pretty well. The video is not playing. There we go. and it just works. And for example, say you have changed your project to Quest, and you don't have the VRChat test and build feature, you can still test an editor because of CyanLaser. So, well, I guess the video either I'm not noticing or the video just stops. So, but anyway, yeah, it was just me goofing around in CyanLaser and it all worked. But yeah, I guess there was an issue. Oh wow, okay. I think it split in like a lot of slides. Oh, hold up. Imagine this is all animated.
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint animation. 1 FPS. Uh-oh. Or else it won't go further than this, I guess. Or maybe there are just that many slides that have this in the.
Yeah, I think I didn't notice that you had another video in there because you
please.
didn't have it originally. Yeah, I think
Played
the
for like
timing
2
is off.
seconds.
I think it might be because you pressed twice in ACAS and
Nah,
then you need to press
nah. I know exactly what it is. I didn't know there was another video, so it timed the video wrong.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is awkward.
Technical difficulties. I guess pause for now.
I mean, you can, yeah.
I mean, I don't remember exactly all the sites I had, so that's gonna be hard.
Can you pull it up on an overlay?
Yeah, that would probably be easiest.
Okay.
How deep are we? Yeah, just I timed the presentation on the original one that you submitted, and I only added a couple more slides. I didn't retime it for that video, so I didn't. Yeah, I thought I clicked through all of the things, but yeah, I think I just.
I am missing a lot.
didn't see.
Could you fix it during? No.
I mean.
Because I'm missing like
I could
pretty
re-upload
much
with that video.
more than half
cut
the
out
slides.
That video. I could cut out that video and real quick and just re-upload without that video, and that will fix it. That will take 2 minutes.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Does anyone have any questions so far?
Q&A. I mean, we can
early
definitely
Q&A.
do that, but if yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. You can pause like on the stop, and I'm just like gonna re-export it right now and re-upload because thankfully Vimeo does it. Sorry about that. It's an emulator, which is gonna. Okay. Well, we'll need to skip through the slides, but that's about it. Thinking cross-compatible, loading, 10 seconds, done. Okay, I'm just gonna reload the presentation and we'll continue.
That doesn't help with the stress I'm suffering right now.
Do that.
I wish the stream could see that. That was epic.
Okay.
Start again.
So start, and then next.
Yeah, and just go to that slide. I just replaced it with an empty, and it should be good now. If you don't have any other videos in there, we're good. Do you?
I think I do. So I guess.
Well, okay.
Oh wait, no. It was only 2. The hub
the original
and this
and
one.
this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we're fine. Cool. I'm sorry, Jordo.
It's okay. So Cinemachine.
Early access, everyone.
Cinemachine. And again, as you can see, I'm moving around.
Oh wow!
I was
Wait,
playing my map.
It still is doing that. It shouldn't be doing that. It should have been an empty slide.
Oh.
Did it not reload yet? That's on Vimeo because I already replaced the video. Yeah.
So it should have been just Cinemachine and then
An empty
whatever slide was
an
next.
Empty slide, yes, and it should just be that because I replaced it. I'll double check now. Yeah, Vimeo just completely didn't update anything. But that's fun. Magic of live events. Yeah. I'm double checking now. Okay, now it did. After I did it. Okay, I'm gonna reload once more. Thankfully, we can at least do that.
All right.
You're doing fine.
It's great.
Only happens to me.
Shaded.
Well, it's the first day, so we know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
can try
Okay, so
again.
now should be fine.
Yeah, it should be an empty slide.
Okay.
On screen. I'm sorry, San. I had to replace you with an empty space.
Oh no. How dare you?
Oh. Cinemachine doesn't
Yes.
exist anymore. Sorry, guys. But still download it on the Prefab database. It's pretty cool. Next up, okay, back on track. So next up is the frame debugger. So the frame debugger will allow you to see what the camera is rendering, and all the batches that the camera is going through. So you go to a window, analysis, frame debugger, and you can open the frame debugger right here, and you can select, for example, one of the batches and see why it didn't get batched with other one, like so. And for example, here you can't read it, but I can. Objects are affected by different light reflection probes, and it allows you to really know what's going wrong with your map and why your batches are so high and such. So really useful tool that you should use all the time when testing. And the best thing is you can combine that with Cinemachine. You can launch an editor. You can get wherever, for example, you would have the most batches at once, and then you open it, you click enable, and you can go through all of it, and you can see exactly where the pain points are of your project. Moving on, I'm going to talk about best practices on my side, at least, as I said, for making quest worlds. So the biggest one, the most important one, is to think quest first. Always think quest first. Basically, it's just like completely different way of thinking compared to making a normal world. You have all the requirements, you have all the constraints that you have, so you really need to change the way you're thinking about how you approach the world. If you want to do like a super wide open world, you're gonna have to do a lot of thinking to get that working on Quest. There's not much I feel I can say here. It's really like something that you have to work with the requirement, and you have to see how much you can get away with the hardware. Remember that most people still have Quest 1. VRChat still has the guidelines set to Quest 1. So Quest 2 might have different experience that will be better, obviously, but still gotta, remember that a lot of people are using Quest 1s. So one of the VRChat guideline is to keep it at 50,000 polygons. And you might see reports that, Quest can handle a lot more than 50,000. And yeah, it's true, it can. But the only issue is you don't see what's in the Quest user headset. Maybe they have a friend which has a very poor avatar on Quest, but still shows them, and their polygon count is way up. So, and I mean, just in general, it try to keep it as small as possible. The world as small as the footprint as possible, because you don't know what they're seeing. The guideline you're seeing where they say like, oh, it can have way more than 50K. That's because the application that people are developing usually are contained. This VRChat is made with other people content, so you can't be sure that they're exactly seeing what you were meant for them to see. So make it as small footprint as possible for Quest users. Now onto texture compression methods. So the default, I believe, is ETC, and while it's small, the quality, I don't know if you can see, but the quality is pretty eh. That's why if you're gonna do a quest world, it's better to use ASTC. And basically what ASTC allows you to do is that it uses block sizes for compression, and that allows you to have way more control on the quality versus size of the texture. If there's a texture is going to be far away, you can use a block size that is bigger. If there's a texture that is very precise, that you want very precise on close-up, you can use a smaller block. So I guess the example here doesn't work much because we're all in VR. People that are watching the stream probably have a better view of it. But basically, ETC has big artifacts here. Trust me, it has. And for example, using ASTC 6x6, it sure quadruples the size, but that's because I'm using such a big block for that, which is 6x6. I can go up to 14, I believe. Check. Oh. Well, you're not going to see that either, but yeah, basically, when you select the texture, you can override the default, and you can change the format of the texture right here. The STC is right here. But yeah, so ASTC is very useful to personalize how much you want quality over size of the texture, and you really got a lot of options there, so make sure you use it. To change the default compression to be ASTC, you go on the build settings and you change the setting right here to ASTC, and every time a texture will be imported, it will automatically be set to ASTC, and then you can override it if you want, to tweak the quality. So another point is to avoid transparency. So I took this example from thermal treatment. So this is one of the beam that are under the platforms in the map. I don't know if you played the map. And we could have totally made a quad, and we put transparency on it and be done with it. But a mobile GPU have really bad alpha fill rate, so you want to avoid that as much as possible. So for example, with this, what we did, we just did this. So it's all cut out. It's not, there's no transparency here. It's just opaque. It's just that it's cut out on the border and it just works. And there is like 28 of those pillars. So if 28 of those pillars, you know, at transparency all over, you know, it'd be very bad, and the quest would be crying a bit. Another thing is like when you start the map, there's a big giant glass panel that allows you to see the arena. And that was also an issue. So what I did is I just use Easy Quest Switch, drag the glass panel in, put it to editor only if it's quest. And boom, whenever I change the quest, it disappears. But people don't assume it's empty. People still assume there's a glass because there's a huge frame around it. And it just works. So, you know, that's yeah, avoid transparency as much as possible. Try to find ways to work around it. Try to find a way maybe to fake it. But yeah, just avoid it as much as possible. Pack your metallic and smoothness roughness map. So back then, a while back, I was very lazy, and for example, when I was using a substance and I wasn't using the Unity presets, I would see like, oh, here's a metallic, here's a roughness. Well, I'm just gonna find a shader that can use them and such. And because the standard, you know, uses the smoothness in the metallic alpha, and I'm like, no, just use this metallic and have the smoothness is the alpha. Like, take the time to learn how to, like, if you're doing textures manually, take the time to learn how to basically pack that smoothness in the alpha of the metallic, because it's one less texture. If you have atlas for everything, that's clearly one less atlas. So just do it. Yeah. So GPU instance everything. Well, not everything, but if you have a dynamic object, if you have, so for example, let's say like a lot of drinks or such, GPU instance those definitely. Back in 2017, when I was doing Meat Grinder, GPU instancing didn't support light probes. So what I had to do was dynamic batch every prop, and dynamic batching is horrible. It's only 300 vertices, so I had to be really careful. I actually had to use a completely different shader for Quest, I believe, to make it work. And just now, GPU instancing in 2018 support light probes, so just use it. Just use it if you have any dynamic object. Just use GPU instancing. You just go to the material, you click the checkbox, and it will just work. Do note that some stuff will break it, most notably reflection probes. So don't be shy of setting the anchor of dynamic objects manually sometime. So it doesn't like pick up another reflection probe and break the instancing. If you use a frame debugger, it will show up as a draw mesh instance in parentheses. Atlas everything. Atlas everything you can, if possible. If you have a group of objects that are, you know, in the same area that are in common, Atlas that. Here, that's all the props for thermal treatment. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 props in that one Atlas. So that means they all use one material that is GPU instance. I can have as many props as I want in the map. They're pretty much all batched into one call, pretty much. So yeah, just Atlas as much as you can to avoid draw calls, pretty much. Remove real-time GI. Unless you're doing a theater world, remove real-time GI. I think it's really like for theater, for like open world that has day-night cycles and such. just remove it. It's a big size sink, and if you don't use it, it's a big size sink for nothing. So just remove real-time GI. And remove, well, not no real-time light. Try to avoid real-time light. Really bake as much as you can. If you really have to, I guess you can add real-time light, but I guess it would be for shadows. So if you want to do that for shadows, instead try to go for something like blob shadow. This is like just a simple, this is like Oral's world, and it basically puts a blob shadow under the player, and it just like, so there's no real-time light, it's just blob shadow and it just works. So yeah, fake it pretty much. You could also do so that all the tips, like the tips I did, real-time GI or the real-time light here, you can also think of it as like, you can make it so Quest doesn't have it, PC has it, you know, especially with tool like Easy Quest Switch, you know, you can make it so one scene has it and one scene doesn't. Next, use occlusion culling. So occlusion culling will hide anything that isn't in view, that is a separate object. You know, when it's not in view, and you go here to window rendering occlusion culling, and you bake it, and then you launch CyanEmu, and you select the camera, and you click on visualization, and you check everything. You have a scene view, you have a game view, and you can see what gets culled, and you just test using that. If it doesn't work, you tweak the settings, make it work. If it still doesn't work, you can even set up components like the occlusion area or the occlusion portal to make it work even better. There's documentation on Unity. You can click on that button right here, but basically occlusion area are everywhere where your camera is gonna be. So if you have a lot of room, you can set occlusion areas around all these rooms, and when you bake, it will, you know, say you have a big scene with 2 rooms, it won't do any occlusion baking on the middle, pretty much, if you have 2 areas that are around those rooms. And for portals, say you have a door, if the occlusion area is closed, it won't render past that. I mean, the occlusion portal is closed, and you just change that with animations. Yeah, it basically allows you better control on the occlusion you're doing. Use static batching. So if you have objects that are static, just static batch them, and basically Unity will merge them automatically to reduce the number of draw calls that occur during gameplay. Do note that if you have an object that is too big, it could lead to some size issues or I believe occlusion issues, so just something to note. But yeah, most of the time you want to static batch static as much as you can, and it's right here on the top right of the game object. You click on the drop down, yeah, batching static. I'm not going to talk very quickly on common issues that I found with making quest worlds. And a big one is mismatch eye. So this is a representation of what you would see when you put on the quest. Or you would see the last frame you had on the left eye being stuck. Usually that's an incompatible shader being used. So for example, if you have a grab pass or I believe geometry shader, that's not gonna work on Quest, so don't do it. I had during thermal treatment, when we were testing on Quest, we noticed this was an issue, and it was because the barrel had a particle effect that had distortion on, and then it created a grab pass, and that broke it. So again, easy Quest switch, grab that, put it on editor only on Quest, and it just worked. And also, one thing, there are reports that this button right here also causes this issue. So, if you can, please use this button instead, manually switching. I don't know if the report is still a thing or not, but since the candy is still open, I'm gonna guess yes. Another issue you could run into is textures or light maps, especially light maps, are ugly. And they'll look... Trust me, in the video, it's way clearer. Check the video afterward. I get in VR, it's not visible. But you can see a lot of artifacts here, again, on the video. And basically, usually that's because the texture is using ETC on the left. So you would just change it to ASTC by clicking on the object, going in the light map drop down, click on the light map, select the light maps, and override it. Although I believe if you have the build setting already built in, it should automatically set it to STC, but still check. If your light maps are ugly, that's probably why. Another issue is sometime you will change the build target to Android or PC, and the cache server wasn't connected, and you have to re-import everything. That's really annoying. I don't know if it's placebo or not, but usually whenever I'm about to change, I always click the check cache size. And if it returns a number, that means it's connected, and I just change. Usually, from my experience, this happens when you have multiple projects open. Like if you open multiple projects, yes, that's usually when it happens. So yeah, just something to be aware of. Just try it. Ever since I did it, it never happened. So, you know. And let me quick talk about the future. When Unity 2019 is when VRChat is going to be ported to Unity 2019, we're going to have access to the asset import pipeline v2, which is basically a cache server but on steroids. So keep that in mind. Like, I think after Unity 2019, there's like no reason to duplicate projects because it should be way faster to transfer from PC to Quest and from Quest to PC. So yeah, just I guess wait for well, I mean, right now use cache server, and then 2019, use that. Anyway, I'll conclude my presentation. If you have any question, please go ahead.
Yeah, I've got a question. So there's a bunch of different ways to create blob shadows. What would you recommend?
Well, probably I would say just Udon and just Udon and using the just basic player tracking, I believe.
I can answer that.
That's how I would personally do it. But Orals as one, and I think it probably will release it eventually. So
I mean, it's just a depth-based shader in that case, but you can do it if you don't have depth in the world because you want to save into performance like that. You can even just, if you have spare CPU cycles, you can raycast to the bottom, or just have a shader that uses, if you have a flat ground plane, you can just have a shader that just calculates the difference. In my world, it's just a player-based tracker that has a sphere, which has a depth-based shader that just blends with the ground, like a dark thing with the ground, and that's it. So it's like it's very fast in that regard. And if your world is flat, then it's even faster than that.
So I will point out that Unity has a built-in blob shadow prefab in some of the standard assets, which is projector-based. Do not use that.
Projector's bad, yeah.
Yeah, it
I
will
wanted to
double your
quickly
draw
comment
calls if it goes through much.
on the ETC and stuff, you cannot see banding in here because we're in the world with post-processing that debands things, so it's like not possible to see banding artifacts. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Trust me, it was there.
The one's too good.
Trust me. Check the video. It was there.
It's ugly, we know it.
I can back up Jordo, like on a quest map, so like, yeah, banding is really obvious when you use ETC on quest.
Yeah, just pink spot everywhere. Just
Yeah. This one's more of like an open-ended one. As someone who's currently working on a pretty large open world that I plan on making quests compatible, I've pondered over like many solutions as to how to tackle okay, how am I actually going to handle having this much content and still making it quest friendly? And one of the solutions I came up with was, all right, I'm going to restrict most of the world to PC only and then have sections of it that quest users can hang out in and teleport to. These would be the ones that are probably the most aesthetically pleasing, so plenty of PC people are going to hang out there anyway, meaning that people can still like interact with each other, but it would give sort of like a easy cop-out of, hey, so they can still be in the world and talk with people and see some cool stuff, but they don't have to see everything. Do you think that would be good? Like, generally speaking, do you think quest users would have a problem with that? Or do you think it's generally better to try and make the whole world as accessible as possible?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna obviously say that it's better to make the whole world accessible because, like, you know, as you said, they could be playing with PC user and then, you know, they're having a conversation and PC user head off in the, you know, an area that they can't go to, you know. I feel like it's a bad experience. Do note that, you know, when I said 50,000 polygons, I forgot to mention that it's rendered at the same time. So you could totally have, you know, as long as it doesn't exceed that 50,000, for example, rendered at the same time, you know?
It's kind of a problem where my ground currently renders more than that. So...
Well, you could have it split. Yeah, also, yeah, LODs, but I mean, you could have it split and you would still have the system of like it cuts off here for quest users, but they could like, how do I say? I want to give an example. Well, I can't think of one right now, but like kind of like if you were changing tile in a game, like if you were in an RPG Maker game, for example, and you're going from the left of the screen to the right or something, and it just changes level. Oh, Zelda, there we go. Like one of the old ones, where you know, it clears everything behind and it just changes the zone. You know, could be something like that, for example. You didn't catch what I'm saying?
So you're saying split everything into chunks and then use manual occlusion zones to turn on or off most of them, depending on where you are?
I mean, yeah, that could work, I think.
That's good. That was it.
Anyone else has any question?
Hey, Jordo. Since you started to talk with think of Quest first, I think most people haven't, but there's a lot of people who will want to port content that exists on PC to Quest. And my assumption is that the biggest issue people have is either performance in terms of draw calls or batches, or the size of the world itself. For the size of the world itself, if people had to cut down on things, what do you recommend as being the best or the most important things to do in terms of, you know, audio, textures, meshes, etc.?
I say like most of the time it's gonna be your texture size, and I say just don't be shy to downscale the texture size. You know, I mean, it's better that the world actually exists than it not existing, if you catch my drift. So, you know, even if it's like a lower quality of texture, you know, like it will still be out there. So yeah, I think it's mostly texture you want to downscale to if your problem only was, for example, size. Now if your problem is like draw calls and such, it's definitely gonna be much harder, and that's why I said think Quest first, because usually porting from PC to Quest is going to be very difficult in that regard. Like it's not usually, it's definitely not a size issue. It's mostly like draw calls being way too high, and you really have to rethink how the scene was made and how to optimize it.
Another question would be, what was the biggest issue with doing the last world you did on Quest specifically? The new challenges that you didn't have in the previous
Well,
world?
thermal treatment, actually, surprisingly, almost none. Like, the biggest issue was, I think, the pillar that I highlighted earlier, but everything else went smooth. Since I had more experience from making Meat Grinder the first time, I had Easy Quest Switch to help me. I had VR World Toolkit. I had Cyanemu. And it just, I guess since I thought of it Quest first this time, it just went really smooth. And also, I had a quest to test, which really helps. If you have a quest, it's definitely gonna help with making cross-compatible worlds. If you don't, try to make a friend who does, so you can test your content for you. But yeah, in that instance, I didn't have much issues, especially with GPU instancing being way more forgiving, the dynamic batching. I still try to get the poly count as low as possible for props, for example, but it was way more forgiving than Meat Grinder, where I had to do the 300 vertices, can't go past that, or the instancing is broken. So yeah.
I guess small note for Prefabs member, we have a role that's called Quest Testers, I believe.
Yeah.
That you can ping if you have content you need to be
We do.
tested if you don't have a quest, so that's also helpful.
We have time for one more question, so I guess Hi is the one.
I'm currently making a game where there's likely to be a lot of sound effect going on at the same time. Is it ever a problem on Quest?
I didn't touch that, but yeah, I believe Quest is lower amount of audio voices.
Yes. 32.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So be aware of that. Although I think if you set the priority correctly, it should work. Basically, it will just call the sound effects and they won't play. Yeah. So I guess you just have to be aware of the audio priority, because I mean, each player is an audio voice. If each player are talking at the same time, that's X audio voice potentially at the same time. If they're close enough to each other, like if everyone is super close.
Don't use
now if
Vorbis on
everyone's more
Quest.
spread out, Ake would know more about audio than me on this.
Don't use Vorbis on Quest. Vorbis, don't
What
use it
else
on Quest.
people use?
There's so like how there's options with the import settings of textures to use like ATST, you can use MP3 on Quest, exclusively on Quest, and there's a dedicated part of the Quest for encoding MP3 files.
Is that part of Easy Quest Switcher?
No. That's directly native to Unity. When you
okay. I
click
thought
on
you
an
had
object, and you can change the.
No, but I mean, like
you can change the import
switch,
setting of that object.
When you switch, will Unity automatically do that conversion back and forth, or is that something you
Yeah,
have to set up?
the Unity, that's already built in. Unity will do
okay,
that.
awesome.
Wait.
Same for the textures. Right. Well, I believe that's it.
Yeah, click
Thank
stop.
you for coming to my talk. And have a nice TLX. End of TLX.
Yeah. Good job, Jordo. Pog.
So wait, you're saying the Quest doesn't have any native hardware to decode Vorbis? Really?
Boop. I mean, I'm right. Shit, like who? What are you doing? I mean, I'm writing a.
Please, everyone, get quiet. Okay, you can go ahead and enter the stage and click start, and it should all be good. Take control and click start.
All right. Can everybody hear me? You know, fix audio buttons.
Yes.
Fix audio?
Wait, what was that? Can you guys hear me? Is my voice loud enough?
Yes.
Very quiet.
Yes.
Oh no!
Well, you're pushing here. You're down there.
Okay.
Tutorial then? Is this going on YouTube?
I apologize, this is not a Cyan tutorial. I don't know if I'm gonna give my Cyan voice, but we'll see. But yeah,
Nice and close to the microphone.
to my talk on the Devouring, the tech overview. I assume everybody here knows what the Devouring is, but if you don't, the Devouring is a 5-hour multiplayer VR horror experience. It was developed by 4 VRChat creators over the span of 10 months. None of us are actual game developers. And I guess sort of recent part on this, that it won 2 awards in the Rain Dance Festival. So, kind of unexpected for a VRChat world. But now, what is this talk specifically? Let's move to the next one. Hit double there. So this talk specifically, it's basically an overview of the Devouring from the tech side. Basically, my point of view of what happened in the Devouring as the only programmer on this project. And so, I'm kind of apologizing. There's a lot of content to go over, as it kind of says on the slides. That's like every single topic that I mentioned could have been its own individual talk, and so this is basically 50 talks in one. So gotta move fast. So bear with me. I'm not going to go into super detail on all the things, but I'll still try to go into enough to make sense of it. But for the first part of it, what was the workflow working with 4 people? So as I said, 4 VRChat developers worked on this. Myself, Fiona, Kuza, and Legends, who are actually now on the front row there. We were all working on this project together for 10 months. And so how did we work together? Specifically, we used Unity Collabs. That's basically a built-in version control system inside Unity Editor. So it being in the editor itself made it easier for non-programmers to understand it. But with Unity Collabs, it does have some issues. For one, it does not handle conflicts very well, so we had to accommodate that with a lot of different things. And as kind of said on here, is that we had to use separate scenes for a lot of things, as well as just a bunch of different prefabs. So whenever we wanted to work in parallel, we basically could not work on the same thing. We had to divide up the work and say, like, okay, you get that scene, I get this scene, and then just, you know, not work on the same stuff until we, like, release what we were working on. And so as you can see, just some standard Unity interfaces there. Next piece, how did we actually organize ourselves? We basically used Google Docs for some general organization. We made like a design doc, like going over different like topics of things. And so if you are building a project, especially collaboratively, use Google Docs, write down your plans and get approval from other people in the project. And then the next step of that is if you are having tasks, do task management, write them down somewhere. Google Docs is pretty easy. It's free for this one. It's probably not the best, but it just worked for our flow. And so as you can see in the picture up here, we basically had task tracking, which was just like, you know, a giant bullet point list. And so inside that, we kind of assigned it to people based on color, and then once we had finished it, we just crossed them out and like moved it to the lower list. Very primitive, but it worked for our situation because in this slide, I also mentioned playtesting. We would just like, while playtesting, we would literally just write out a bug we found in the doc. So it's just kind of, as you found the bugs, you wrote them out. It was just easier to have it all in one place. Continuing other pieces of this, we had a lot of different discussion channels in our Discord. So the 4 of us are in a like private server for Discord, and then we just have our development channel specifically for discussing all the things there. In fact, like that's not even all of our discussion channels. We still had like 4 more just below that weren't listed. And so the last piece there is just playtesting. The beginning of the project overall, like we did not have much playtesting, but once we got to a point where everything was in one scene, then it's like, okay, we got to playtest, bug test, find all the things. And then that ended up being, I think, maybe a playtest every other week. Eventually, towards the end, it became like multiple times per week. It gets kind of tedious because each playtest could be 3 hours long every time. And so that was a lot of time just spent in the Devouring. Listening to Fiona screaming. one other piece on that is that with the Devouring, we actually had external beta testers. Like, throughout the process, nobody knew what we were really building. We did hype it up like in the beginning of October, but we didn't tease anything. And so because of that, we had no idea how people would react. And so in order to understand how somebody would react and see if, our assumptions on what things we assumed people would do were correct, we had to get private beta testers. We had overall 5 private beta testers, and each time we learned so much that it pretty much took almost a month between beta testing, just being okay, we got to fix this, this, and that. Not even just straight bugs, it was also just being things were not clear. And so we just had to continually update. And so that is all on how our workflow was. Let's just go into, from my point of view, what this project is. This was an SDK2. This was not an Udon. The Devouring started before Udon was released, and kind of sadly released after Udon was, so we didn't have the opportunity to switch. But with SDK2, there's no custom scripts uploaded with the world. With that means everything had to be done with VRChat's SDK and things within Unity, which was UI buttons and not listed there as animators. So people have known me as, I think what Centauri said, I am the trigger abuser. Obviously I talk about UI buttons a lot because that's Unity's version of triggers, but it's just exposing different things. What may not be known is that I also just build editor scripts for everything. So since my second public world, I've pretty much had an editor script to automate my workflow in building stuff. And since I said all of the triggers and things, you don't need to actually read all of that. I'm just going to point out at the top here that we had 4,000 VRC trigger components and then 1,000 UI buttons. This was a massive project. And so, let's see. About myself and work philosophy, thanks to my time in college and specifically with competitive programming, the one thing that I have learned and that everybody should be doing when working on worlds, or really anything, is create a plan. Plan your stuff out before you start. And so, what you should really be doing is figure out what the problems that you're trying to solve are, find the requirements, and then, as I'm saying here, divide it up, and then solve each little piece, and then combine them together. So, because I went through competitive programming, which is obviously a nerd sport, but it was basically a time-constraint problem-solving activity. You pretty much get 5 hours to solve a massive packet of problems. You get 1 computer and 3 people, and because it's 3 people for 1 computer, you don't want to waste anybody's time. So if you're not on the computer, you are planning how to solve problems, not actually, typing them out as solutions yet. That's just what I learned from college. One of the other things about me specifically is that I really don't like doing tedious things, which is weird because I'll end up doing tedious things in code to do the tedious things for me. So I will automate everything I can, and by doing that for VRChat, it pretty much just means write an editor script for everything. Write an editor script for everything. If it ever plans on being tedious, if it ever is repetitive, I'll just have the computer do it for me. So if I know I have to do it once, most likely I'll have to do it twice. So if I can just automate it, it then just becomes a button click and it's already done. And speaking of editor scripts, let's go into some of the main editor scripts that happened with this project. There's 3 listed here, which were the biggest contributors to it sped up the development of the Devouring. And the first one, which you've pretty much heard in a couple of other talks already, is CyanLaser. As most of you have known, testing VRChat worlds is pretty difficult with the base SDK. You can't, well, for SDK2, you can't do anything in Unity. You were only able to see what was set up, but you couldn't actually test it. And so if you wanted to test it, you would have to make a build and then upload it to VRChat. Go through your world and then just see, did it work or did it not? If it didn't, good luck reading the logs, because that's kind of difficult. I saw this, I thought, yeah, that's not good enough. I'm going to come up with a solution. I need to be able to test in Unity. I need rapid iteration. And so by doing that, I developed CyanLaser. And so what exactly CyanLaser? Testing in Unity, you can just debug things live. The version that is released now supports SDK2 and Udon, but during the development of the Devouring, it didn't. In fact, CyanLaser, which started back in 2018, is just not as complicated as it was now. Back then, it was just supporting basic trigger stuff, nothing complicated, no other SDK components, didn't even have a player controller. Just before the Devouring had started, I realized that I wanted to make more of this, and I made a player controller and then it's like, wait a minute, this is needed for like, larger worlds. So I kept on adding more features during the development of the Devouring as I needed them. One of them being the whole late joiner buffer testing. And here's a quick example of testing the Devouring in Editor. So in this example was the moving shelf. You click the button, or click and interact, and a shelf would move, and testing in Unity Editor, you can see, well, how did the animator react every time you click the interact? And so from this, it made it super easy to debug animator bugs. And so, honestly, without Cinemachine, we probably would not have made the Devouring, because no, it's not worth testing for 10 months. Like, honestly, we would be still developing it now if we didn't have this. One of the next editor scripts, which honestly I don't talk about, or I have not really talked about, it's something I called the label linker. So with SDK2, you need to manually link or reference every single object you ever want to interact with. That's kind of tedious, especially if you have a prefab or something just kind of like wanting to mess with multiple objects all over the scene. And another example of like what this is a problem is if you wanted to update, say, like a prefab, you will then have to manually update every single instance of the prefab that references something outside of it. I saw this and thinking, like, this is going to be tedious. I don't want to do this every single time, so why not automate the system? And so I created a generic framework, or at least for myself, that is a way of marking special objects using labels and then automatically creating references between the different objects. And so here is a quick example of how often I use this in the Devouring. This is not even all the times. There's just a bunch more, but like this is compressed of how often I use this framework. And it's just like, similar to Cinemachine, it's like without this, we probably wouldn't have gotten as far. But yeah, what the label linker is. Every single project that I said from like my second public world, which was back in Archery mid 2018, like I would just create a one-off, very specialized editor script to do a very like setup thing. And so with the Devouring, knowing how big this project was becoming, I thought I need a generic framework that I don't have to write custom editor scripts to do these little things. I wanted to write something very generic that I could just continue to reuse it over and over again so that I didn't, waste time on new scripts every time. So inside the VRChat SDK, there's something called the VRC label. It is pretty much a useless script. All it is a string that you can just type some message on your component. It doesn't work or do anything inside VRChat. I saw this and thought, I can probably use this as a way of adding multiple tags to objects. And so by doing that, the way my script works is it basically finds all objects of a specific, or all objects with a label, and then finds all objects within that of a specific tag or that string. And then depending on what unique version of the label framework I was having, you do something specific with them. So 2 examples listed up there on what I would use is, one, I created something that's just an event subscriber system. So inside the system, you could basically define, I want an event, I'm going to fire it from some location, and then there's just going to be some random number of objects that are listening to that event. And then this framework will automatically link up everything together, so it's like you don't have to manually drag them around. Another example would be like player tracking. And so we have a way of figuring out where the player's location in the world is, but that's typically a prefab. You don't know how many other prefabs also want to reference that, so it's just made a simple way of automatically finding where those are and setting in the references in the components. And so here's a quick example of setting up what I'm going to call the event subscriber system. Go to this side. One thing that I regret during this project is naming it stupidly. And so I have it called the from object linker and the to object linker. Honestly, that was so confusing because I had to look at the code every single time which one was which, and I just did not rename them. But in this example, we have something that's from object linker, which is saying I want an object to be able to send a message to any other object in the scene. And so I use the label event sender and then just defining 2 random events. So it's like send event 1, send event 2. And then anything that I wanted to listen to these things, I also define the event receiver, and it has on event 1, on event 2. So my UIs are pretty bad. I did not listen to Orel's talk on how to make pretty UIs, so I'm the only one using this. I guess it's good enough. It works for me for now, but that was kind of one of the issues. Nobody else understood my systems. But going into how to use this, basically, you would just define, or at first find an object, you put the VRC label, say what type of thing you were wanting to react to, so this one, event receiver, and then you just add a custom trigger that says send event 1. leave this blank, it'll automatically be filled. And if whenever you want to send it, you just say like on example, have an on interact, activate custom trigger, it'll do this. And then just by doing that, everything that'll listen will receive it. And on this side, we have the receiver, which is, again, adding a VRC label, show event receiver type, and then this will just automatically get called when this event happens. No manually linking anything around. And just by having this system, it kind of made it such that, like, if you had multiple prefabs that you needed to, you know, interact with each other, this could just then all be automated by just pressing the button at the top there that just says link objects. And so pretty much every system I built in the Devouring used this, as I kind of said. It was necessary for making things easier. But then the next major editor script that I had was the scene merge. So as I mentioned, when working collaboratively, we did not want to work on the same scenes because conflicts, and so we could not have one mega scene that did everything, ignoring the fact that Unity couldn't load it all. But so we just split everything up into like these 5 scenes here. We have the basement, floor 2 scene, gas station intro, ground floor, and then the kitchen. Sorry for spoilers there. But because we had all these multiple scenes, VRChat only takes 1 scene. So at some point, we're going to have to combine them. And then, similar to the previous problem there, you can't reference objects between scenes. How do we fix that? Okay. Use the label linker to assume things will automatically send the messages across. Okay, that's good. And then we could have done our setup where it was just having one time merging it all. Knowing myself, if I have to do it once, I will most likely have to do it twice, so I'm just going to automate the process. And that was where I decided to make a script that literally just takes multiple scenes and merges them together. And then because I'm writing an editor script at this point, I can do other things. So because I know of the label linker and a couple other scripts, I can just automatically call them to do their setups. Because I know of, like, Unity has the baking API, you can just call bake occlusion, and then also baking AI and navigation. Like, there's also a couple other pieces where it's like, depending on it was the debug separate scene or like the combined, some objects need to be enabled or disabled. Example being like a debug light until we've actually baked lighting in there. But yeah, with this is just kind of smoothly made it so that we could combine our scenes and do it multiple times. With this, basically, it was like, once we got to the point where we could merge everything and it was working, we would do a quick merge, play test quickly, and then like after we got all the bugs, we would go back into the original scenes and then just fix them there. Because with the merge, it would just basically be like, you know, 1 minute things are merged, now we can go test. Honestly, it was longer just to upload to VRChat than it was to like combine things. And so it just made it, we could keep doing it that way and keep working fast as a collaborative team. And there were a bunch of other editor scripts, but I don't have the time to go into all of them. So just note that those exist, and if I have more time at the end, I can go into it, but not right now. Jesus. So let's go into other things of the actual Devouring. One of the separations that I would do is like, I basically named a collection of things player systems. This was just a giant list of prefabs and giant list of prefabs that kind of interacted with the world and the player. I called it player systems, but it was more than just things that acted for the player. So as I've said before, we need ways to like interact with the player, but we don't want to do things over and over again. With SDK2, as I've said, you have to do, like, you can't easily reference other objects. But solution on this, make a giant make prefabs for all the little specific details, and then use my label linker system to reference them everywhere, anywhere in the scene. And so here's a quick list of just a giant thing of prefabs. Thank you to 2018 and nested prefabs. Before we got nested prefabs, it was pretty difficult to update these in the multiple scenes. So it's just, once it became all one prefab and then nested prefabs underneath, it was just, I don't have to work in the main scenes anymore. I can just work with my small set of prefabs, and then everybody got the updates right away. So let's start going into some of the specifics of these player systems. So one of the big pieces of the Devouring was that it was entirely synced for late joiners. And so how we did this was progress tracking. Thankfully, with the event subscriber system, it basically meant we just create events that we want synced, and then you just do buffer one when sending that event. And so that honestly made it pretty easy. You just have to make sure we don't have over buffering, so that it's only buffered once and not multiple times. But you pretty much just send event, and then everybody late joiner just got it. Some of the next systems, health and damage. Very early on, the Kuza was key on saying he wanted it such that players had 2 health points. You get hit once, you get feelings of damage, eventually you'll recover, but if you get hit twice, you're dead. And so with that, that was a requirement for doing damage. We also needed a damage visual, and then saving what actually killed you. How do we solve that one? As with everything in this, I use my label linker to define the events. So the events down there at the bottom were saying like, damage player or kill instantly, and then other was like, maybe people may not have noticed this one as much, but when you got seen by the lurker, you would visually get hurt, but you weren't actually damaged. And then the last being like killed by X, and then X being, was it like the 8 different ways you could die in the game? And then at the top there's just a quick animator system of like what actually happened. It's just kind of simple cycle of, okay, you're hurt, it shows hurting, and then goes back off, and then back to off. And if you get hit twice, you just died. Funny story about that, one piece of that the Kuza developed towards the end where it was the mannequin chase, he managed to time it perfectly to break my animator. So it's like, thank you, the Kuza, for doing that, but at the same time, how did you manage to do it so perfectly? And yeah, he found the exact timing it would go between this transition and hit you again, and then it just kind of like, everything looked odd for a moment. And just like, a couple of weeks, it was just being like, have you fixed this yet? Why is it going on? I'll get to it. Let's go into one of the next systems. Has it reset there? There we go. So in the world, we have a bunch of different things going on. Some things are global that everybody sees, other things are local. Example being the basement. The basement itself was mostly local, so the water ghost as well as breaking doors, only you saw those things happen. And so whenever you died, they would reset. So we would need we needed a way to basically automatically go back through and make sure those things reset when you died. As I keep saying, this was basically just an event in my label linker system, just reset on death. And then one of the other pieces to that was, thanks to other weird bugs that who knows what caused them? Maybe bugs on us, bugs on VRChat, we don't know. Things needed to be reset because they would sometimes break. Well, VRChat is known for jank just because nobody knows how to do everything, but, we're learning these things too. So with that, whenever you died, and as well as whenever you respawned, we would just make sure to reset a bunch of things so that they were back to a default state when you came back to the spawn room. One of the big things that would actually break is our area detection, like the sounds. And so from that, sometimes you might hear wrong music when you're not expecting it. And so it's just kind of colliders being weird. Just whenever you respawn, that would reset to you're now in the spawn room, all those values are back to normal. And so one of the pieces on there is the reset if needed. Basically, since there's so many different actions that would happen when you reset, I had to make it such that, only reset the things that were triggered during that event. And so, thankfully, custom triggers will only activate if the thing was enabled, though you can just have a giant list of them, and if they're not enabled, it doesn't do anything. But then if you activate them, or activate whatever the system was, you can then activate the custom trigger, and it's just like, oh, this needs to be reset, it'll automatically call it. Going into the next system, fading. So one of the jarring things about most of VRChat worlds, because this is not provided as an API, which is fine, I guess, but is when you teleport around, it's pretty instant and jarring. So one of the things we wanted is we want to smoothly transition you from one location to another. How do we do that? Solve that? Just put a bucket on your head. So it's just a black box with a higher render queue, so it's like renders over everything and it fades in and out. With a simple animator there. Now, some of you might be thinking, why didn't you just use post-processing? It would be super simple. You can just animate that instead of putting a bucket on people's heads. And I'm going to say, I don't like it when people use post-processing because it actually blocks your menu. And I don't trust my own systems, so if it happens to break in such, you're stuck in fog, you can't exit the game. Yeah, so I don't recommend using post-processing to black out the screen. Use...
What? No post-processing.
Yeah, that's a solution, but then you don't have the world. But yes. One of the next things, we wanted to add fog to the world, but we also didn't want the fog to be constant. So how do we do that in SDK2 when you can't even control fog? You can just have it enabled or not. Well, the solution to this, thankfully talking with the shader people, you can just enable the depth buffer with a custom light with shadows enabled, not set to anything. And then using that, I modified one of Silent's fake light shaders to like read the depth, and now you can just see how far an object is from the camera, and then just say color to pixel, or set it a color based on that depth, and now you have fog. And so with this, you can then animate the distance, and that's how you get fog in SDK2, which there was one portion where we really needed to animate it, but I don't know if we needed it other than that. Still, thank you all the shader people helping with, learning shaders. So in the Devouring, there were multiple spawn points. We kind of had to move you around in different areas. You start at the gas station, and then all of a sudden, you crash your car and you end up in the manor. And then everybody ends up in their own individualized spawn. And then once you start leaving the manor, there's different spawn points after that. Every scene was a different, each of those portions were from a different scene, so we needed to make sure that, we could easily link up all the spawns. So thanks to the label linker framework, I just created a specific one that's just like, create a spawn moving piece, and then that location of the game object would then become a spawn point after you set the trigger, or called the trigger. And so with this, I set the label linker based on each spawn point. All the scenes would link up, and it would automatically move whatever the spawn point is around. And so, as I mentioned, when you enter the manor, your spawn point is set based off a different location, and that is just based off which chair you were in when you were driving the car. Player mods. So one thing that we knew early on, we were just basically comparing things to, I guess, Amnesia, but they had a water section. I don't remember, or I don't think they had slowing down, but we wanted to change it up a little. So it's like, when you got into our water sections, we wanted you to feel more in danger. You wanted to be slowed down. And so before the Devouring started, nobody knew how to change mods. And so that was kind of a problem. Thankfully, while working on it, I realized you could just change the player mods by just having another set of them and having it entirely local. Like, how many years had it gone by and nobody just tried this correctly? I don't understand how that worked out. But we had multiple things that we wanted to change the spawn, or change the mods in the world as well. Like, yeah. When you have to change mods, unlike Udon, where you can just set the jump speed or set the walk speed, like, you have to basically set all your combinations at once. And so, as you can see in the picture there, there's just a bunch of different settings. And like with slowing players, like in the water, you had to count how many colliders there are to make sure you should be slowed or not. But one funny thing about this is, before I knew you could use player mods, I was going to get players slowing in no matter what. So I think I showed a prototype to the other people on this, where it's like, whenever you're in the water, I was using some janky player-based tracking shenanigans to this, force your position around, which would then allow me to either speed you up or slow you down. I'm really glad I didn't have to do that, because I'm assuming that would be actually kind of costly, which the Devouring had issues with that. But yeah, moving on. Area management. So, going through the Devouring, obviously we have different music depending on what area you're in. The Legends made amazing soundtracks, so we obviously had to show it off, or play it off. And so, the way we ended up doing that was just having a giant colliders around each individual area, and a giant animator that said, in this area specifically, you play this sound and you play this post-processing. And then you just kind of animate either the wait for post-processing, or you just animate the volume down for when you're in or out of the area. It made it somewhat easier, and I think Lakuza had said he did something similar with this on his previous worlds too. The next one. So this is overall a larger system, which is just kind of vague, but when you're in the Devouring, to make it, or as a stretch goal, we wanted to make it more immersive. So we have multiple things that happen to players, but initially they were all local and kind of did not make sense when other players, or it happened to other players. Example being, when somebody died, obviously you would see your own, fading in as you got teleported back, but at the same time, the other players would just see you vanish. So one of the things that I requested was we need particle effects to notify people when they die. So Fiona made particle effects when they died, and then I put those in as something called prop spawner. If you want to show something synced per player, you basically, in SDK2, would either need an object pool, which would never made a successful solution, or just spawn on each object then per player. So Hardlight made something originally called prop spawner. I then made an update to it, which just kind of simplified some logic. And then using that system, we were able to spawn in synced immersive items to the world. So particles when people died, as well as particles when you entered the water, so the splashing and like the wading sounds. And then also when somebody is being stalked, and you could just like point at somebody and be like, hey, move, move, move. And so that really helped with the immersion of the world. But prop spawner itself is kind of complicated. So with spawned objects, thankfully scene spawned objects can reference things outside of them, but nothing can reference inside them. So that kind of was an issue of how do you communicate with the spawned object, like what's going on. So with this, all the way back from Funhouse in 2018, I realized that you can use UI buttons to basically make a dynamic event subscriber system inside your world. I wouldn't say it's the most performant, but it works. So what you can do is you can use a UI button, like just define this as what you want to have happened, reparent this under a game object, typically a completely empty one, and then use another game object or button to call broadcast message press. This will go through every child of that game object and send the press event, which, because we have a UI button, that would then send the message to do that action. Which, since spawned objects can see things in the scene, but nothing can see it, you can reparent something out of it, and then now you have the ability to like send any event or information you want into the spawned objects. So that made it, well, as you can see on the image there, it's pretty tedious, like setting up all the different events that you would actually show for each spawned object, but it worked out because, you know, we added the immersion there. So with the Devouring, this is a massive world. I make complicated systems. I needed a way to debug them. And so I pretty much always had my own version of a debug menu that I can access in both VR or desktop that's just kind of showing different things. And so with this one, I wanted to basically be able to see the different debug visuals of like what's the systems that I've made. I think at one point we didn't have lighting, and so it's just like, okay, now we need a headlight. There's other times that you want to test things and you don't want to die. Or you just don't want to see monsters overall because we, you know, want Fiona to stop screaming and actually take notes. There are other pieces to this where it's just kind of in the basement sections, we were doing modular assets. We had floating point issues and there were a ton of gaps. So I made a quick shader that just showed the depth, which basically made it as a gap finder. And so it's like, if you saw something that was pure white, obviously there was a gap between a wall. And then teleporting around the manor so that you don't actually need to solve the 3-hour puzzle. You can just teleport to some location, solve that piece, and then move on. For performance testing, see the FPS, because just opening your menu would actually drop your FPS, so it's like not the greatest solution there. This was all before I had downloaded FPS VR, but made it so that anybody could see it. And then Lurker being the most difficult thing to debug, added a simple button to just be like, hey, break. Yeah. So here is a quick example of what the debug view looked like. I'm assuming no one here would actually understand it or want to see this because this is just something that I understand. But there's a bunch of dots and lines representing all the different systems. So you can see the red line and the red dot there representing both the Lurker and where the Lurker is going. There's a lot of green dots littered around in this image that's just representing where every journal location is. So when testing testing if all the journal collects work, it would just be like, oh, there's a dot over there, we missed that one. With prop spawner and the stalker being synced, then it's just kind of like, well, where's your stalker? And that's what this let's see, pink oval here is. Yeah, there's a bunch of different systems and what I was just showing through that one. I assume no one else would really understand it, and I don't even know how much they used it. But moving on, different enemy systems within the Devouring. So the first one was probably the simplest, just the Living Darkness. What do we need to do with the Living Darkness? We basically need it so that when players got near, they were slowed down. When players got too close, they died. We wanted to make it, visually interesting, and then also we can make it appear and disappear, just because we have the light puzzle. So with slowing down and death, obviously continue using my label linkers event subscriber system. And then for making it look interesting, because I was messing with silence fake lights, I kind of just continued doing that. I just made a dark blob. But then as we added Shishi's volumetric god rays, we found out that because the fake light didn't write to the depth, didn't have a depth pass, it would become invisible when you saw the god rays, and so that was a problem. So to solve that, I basically added just a simple vertex wiggling shader on a sphere so that you could just see what the core of the Living Darkness. And then for growing or disappearing, appearing and disappearing is just an animator for like making it increase in size and decrease. One of the next enemies within the Devouring was the Water Ghost. So the requirements there being just an NPC that follows the player. It can break doors. It can also was unsynced, thankfully. So how do we solve that one? Basically, just take the AI third-person controller from standard assets, delete the Ethan like avatar in there, and then add water particle visuals that Fiona drew herself. And so, following the player, just targeting the player tracker. There are some bugs with that specifically, so just pretty much ignored the Y component because otherwise it couldn't find paths. And then for detecting like breaking doors, it's just kind of having on enter triggers and special colliders. So, yeah. Okay, the lurker. Probably the hardest thing to explain, but also an extremely complicated system here. What are the requirements on that? An NPC that patrols the set path. People have done that before. It detects and traces players and finds the closest. People love to request how to do that in the official Discord. Players can escape its view, and then, this lurker would like to search the area when it loses sight of it, which was a stretch goal, and then hopefully is optimized and is also synced. Yeah, that took a lot of work, so honestly the solution is just kind of, it's magic, hand waviness. I'll start breaking down the problems. Lurker patrolling around. So the requirements there, we wanted it to follow different waypoints. We needed to have different search animations when it reached a waypoint, and then when, say, it was chasing a player, it needed to be able to rejoin the waypoint system. So similar to the Water Ghost, just take the AI third-person controller, replace Ethan with a custom mesh that Lakuza had made, and then also custom animations Lakuza made. And then for detecting waypoints, I did not use the standard asset waypoint circuit because that does not sync for late joiners. I had to end up writing my own system for this, using the label linker as with everything else. So I basically made a label linker system that was just kind of given a list of transforms, basically link them together so that on enter trigger for one, you would then move some object which was considered the target to the next one in the list. And then it just kept doing that, and then it would cycle back up to the top. And so also having that being the label linker, I could then say target the lurker and say play a specific animation or not. So the lurker itself had two different, searching animations. One being just the standard look around like this, and then the other just being like, I'm going to break my neck. So I assume a lot of the speedrunners hated the breaking their neck ones. One other thing that was not as obvious, I don't know how many people actually noticed this, but depending on how big the area the lurker was walking around in, it would actually change its walking animation. So we just had different area colliders that would just say in this area you're going to be standing up or upright, and then when you get to an open area you're going to swim around as a ghost. And so you can see the animator for that there, where it's just kind of the top one being detecting checkpoints, and then the bottom one being how am I currently walking. And so the next thing with the lurker is, how do you sync the position? Well, syncing AI is difficult. Hardlight tried doing it once with his toy box, but one thing that I found too annoying was that it ended up being really jittery. So why is syncing AI difficult? Well, the AI third-person controller prefab and all that from standard assets was never meant to be synced. It's not meant to be, or it's not even meant to work in VRChat in the first place. The way that it is just kind of it takes the object and it always heads towards the path. Does not matter anything else. With VRChat, if we want it synced, obviously we need to have an owner. And if you have an owner, you pretty much only want that owner to move that object. And so if you want the AI script to also animate, the scripts need to be enabled. So Hardlight's solution was pretty much every 1 second, you move the AI to a synced object. By doing this and network latency and all this other stuff, it would always slightly be off path for the non-owners, and you would just kind of snap back to place. That does not work for fast-moving AI, and it does not work for combat AI. So how do we fix that? One of the things that I found out doing my massive tests of walking Freds is that object sync updates, or object sync sets the position on the update loop. Okay, if we have it on the update loop, that means we can use the late update to then mess with its position, and it won't be messed with because of object sync. AutoCam has the ability to use late update, and so if you pretty much just put AutoCam, or basically remake Hardlight's lock sync system But using AutoCam instead of the periodic resetting, it just kind of works. And so that was one of the things that I found was really great to have for syncing AI, because it just kind of like solved a bunch of problems. I can go into more detail on that, probably have a different talk, but it ended up being complicated. Syncing AI is not as complicated as it is or was before. But what could be considered complicated is detecting players. So with the requirements on this one, we wanted the lurker to detect where the players are in the world. We wanted to basically we wanted it to occlude their vision when they're like behind large objects, and then we also wanted it such that small objects did not occlude their vision, like the standard amnesia bug where you put a book on your face and then it's like, oh, I can't see you anymore. Okay. So the easy solutions here, using raycasting with standard assets to protect camera from wall clipping. This now gives us the ability to find and go through our search an area and hit objects and not go through them. Using look at target, you can now get a range division, and then in order to bypass the whole book thing, I basically made it so that the lurker looks at 3 points on the player, so their camera and then just slightly below their camera. So it's like we didn't have any object in the world that was specifically that size, so you could never get blocked. And then obviously on detected, the lurker would change its target to you. And well, how do you sync or which player is being targeted? Yeah, so the goal here was to make it such that it targeted the closest player and prevent constant ownership transfer. This is really where I say the magic comes in, because I'm kind of amazed that the solution that I wrote actually worked in SDK2. There's so few ownership related things that we can deal with that it's just kind of how did this work? So the basic idea was kind of if you were the first person spotted by the lurker and nobody else had been spotted, you pretty much just take ownership immediately. If you were not the first person, then there's kind of this weird network latency check that's just okay, I'm spotted, somebody else is spotted, let's wait and see who actually gets spotted again the first time. And somehow it ended up backing off properly, and so that it didn't just constantly take ownership back and forth, because I believe I put in a delay of at most 1 or 2 seconds there. But that's really difficult to go in actual detail. Just showing this animation isn't even all the different things that went into it. So it's as I said before, hand wavy magic. This is the problem that, Udon is supposed to solve. Okay, the lurker itself was not very performant. It's one of the things during the optimization phase is we had to update things, there was, in the beginning of the Devouring, the lurker was not enabled, but at the end, 2 of them were enabled, and it's I could definitely see that in the profiler. How do you improve the performance? Basically, the AI scripts, you just kind of turn them off and update them 3 times per second. You don't need them happening 90 times per second, especially since it has some things that were not the most optimized. So basically, AI pathfinding, update it 3 times per second. Same with player raycasting and targeting position. And so that helped with that. Also, I think there was 5 different animators at one point, which I just had to merge most of them, which that's a piece I'll get towards the end. I'm not sure how much I have on time on this, so I'll just go ahead and skip that one. But the last enemy system that we had in the Devouring that I worked on specifically was the Stalker. And so with that, going with the requirements, early on we had the idea of just wouldn't it be funny if we forced the players to keep moving? And then the anti-streamer enemy. So we kept on the ideas players needed to move, they were never allowed to be stationary for too long, and as a stretch goal, everybody could see why they had to keep moving. So with this, we came up, at that point it's been 6 months, because then Climbing It came out, so we had player-based tracking, and so we knew exactly where each player was in SDK2. Using that, we can move a collider there, and then basically say, is the player in this current location? If the player is, let's time how long they're still in this location. Using an animator, we got the timing for it. And then once, the player's been there for 15 seconds, we basically say, cool, play an animation of the stalker tentacles coming up to kill you. And then all of that happens locally, and just when we wanted to sync it, it just basically move the animators to a spawn, or move the visuals to a spawned object, and then now everybody can see when you are being stalked. So that's pretty much the enemies. Let's go into other systems within the world. The first one being anti-cheat. So in VRChat, there's kind of when playing adventure maps, we can't really control what the player does. Everybody has play space so they can move around. And so in order to prevent the dumb situation of, you know, I'm just gonna, you know, peek through a wall and see what's happening, or like I'm gonna unlock a door. So in the Devouring, we had our doors so that they were locked only from one side. And so to prevent it just being, you know, I stick my head through and then click or something and it would unlock, we basically set it up so that you had to go through a chain of different things to unlock that door. So in this example here, we have the door that is right outside the spawn room. You basically had to enter the hallway from the other corner before you could actually unlock the door. And so that helped us, you know, keep people from cheating as much. And so one of the other things is that since player colliders exist and are terrible, we basically had to add our own like proxy collider that's just like look for our collider and not just any avatar collider, because as somebody did in Lakuza's Discord, somebody literally had a collider that was the entire world and they just unlocked a bunch of weird things. And that was a weird playtest from their pictures. But yeah. One of the other systems that I had to devise is like, how do you detect when a pickup is in a special location? So in the Devouring, we had keys, we had like special puzzle blocks, and then roadblock coins to be able to open doors. Well, the way that SDK2 normally solves this is like, you have on enter trigger looking for a layer. That is typically not enough, especially in the Devouring. I think we probably had like 15 or 20 key objects. We only have like 10 custom layers, and like we were using them for other things. So how do we get past that? We have to use something called lifted colliders. I wrote the secondary VRChat wiki article on this, so if anybody wants to actually look up how it is, because I can't explain it in timing here, it's just kind of like, instead of using the layer, you kind of just like duplicate your world in height-wise, and that height now becomes like your key. Weird explanation, something about balloons. So that gets pretty tedious to actually write it out. So I just wrote a script with a super bad UI, and that would just generate all the like detection for pickups automatically. So there was a ton of different options on there, obviously being like making it such that it didn't have to be enabled at start. You can then detect when something entered, when something left. Yeah. So originally I wrote this script and it was not responsive because it was detected only when master moved the object there, and Lakuza would always be the master during our playtest, and since Lakuza has the highest ping, it basically meant if I moved an object to its key location, it would be half a second before it detected, and it's like, yeah, that was a terrible experience. I pretty much had to take, I think, 2 weeks to just like rewrite the system to be entirely local, to generate all entirely local stuff. The next system was water slowing. So I mentioned earlier that we can have player mods to slow down the player that way, but then how do you detect when the player's in the water? Thankfully, we can use on enter trigger, we can detect when an avatar collider is in the water, and then we can use a counter for every time it is, and then, like I said, using label linker to go into player mods and say like, hey, players in the water, change your speed. One thing to note, avatar colliders make me cry. There was a bug, or actually still is a bug, in Unity itself. If you delete or turn off a collider, on exit trigger does not fire. This meant if you were in the water and you changed avatars, your avatar collider was happened to like be turned off or destroyed, and we literally have no way to detect that. So that was a problem that I had to figure out, like agonizing over a month or so. The dumb solution that I ended up writing was just kind of like, depending on where you are, I just put an enter trigger saying that when you go to this, your water or mod setting just reset. And so, yeah, just don't even solve the problem, just kind of reset your current status. But that's definitely one thing that I don't know a proper solution, since I think it's an issue with Unity itself. So one of the next systems, player splashing. This was one of the stretch goals that I had for like so long. It was just kind of in the last portion of the basement, like there's that giant fall. Every time we did a playtest, I'm like, I want to hear a splash, and there's nothing. And it was just so disappointing. And so I think one day I got fed up with it. I didn't even tell the others I was doing this. It's just like, I'm getting player splashes and I'm sinking this. And so what do you need for, or what were the requirements? Basically, whenever the player jumps into water, they can't just walk into it. They had to jump and land inside it. They would play a splash. And then whenever they walked around in the water, it would do a little waking sound. And then obviously I wanted it synced. Well, we said in the previous slide, you know, we could use water detection of when they're in the water, and then we can use area colliders to know where, like, the height of the water would be for this object that is the splashing. And then what's odd, I guess, is the player speed detector. In SDK2, we obviously don't know the player speed, but thankfully all I needed to know is, are they walking or are they jumping? And so that just ended up being just a simple, is the player moving fast enough for another object that is moving slowly to exit a collider? And if it is, cool, they're moving. And then, as I said earlier, using prop spawner to make it synced. So that was how splashing came to be, and I guess was probably one of the satisfying things to constantly see in every playtest. Basement colliders. Okay, so if you thought the basement was difficult, imagine if every time you tried to jump on a box, you failed 50% of the time. All of our playtesters, like all 5 instances of those, the basement was terrible. So I was trying to think, what is the best solution to fix this? Is that I just looked at the problem, said, obviously the ones that you want to jump on are the ones that are kind of like tilted in the water. And I wrote a script that basically said, find every box that intersects the water layer and just add a little capsule collider at the floor so that you walk up them and instead of needing to jump. So the entire basement, you don't need to jump at all. You can just walk the entire way through. It's like, this is probably one of those little things that nobody would have noticed. But it changed the difficulty of the basement, making it easier even though it's still extremely difficult. So yeah, be glad you didn't have to deal with how difficult that was before. So there's not much time, so I'll kind of speed through some of the other slides here, but how do you sync things with SDK2? Well, for one, thanks to Cyanemu, download this if you haven't, I had a system where you can actually go through your world and test how buffering works. So the example with this, just play through it. Obviously you have to play through all of it. It'll go through, and every time there's a buffer trigger, it'll save that into a queue, and then you can click this button that says Save Buffer Triggers, and once you do that, you can exit out of play mode, click the, I guess, other button up that top there that says replay them, and then start Unity, or start play. When you do this, it'll just go through all the triggers again and just execute them in order that they were the first time. This follows along with buffer 1 versus always. And so, thanks to that, the Devouring easily was synced properly for late joiners. The difficulty, though, is I don't know if my implementation is exactly like VRChat, so there's definitely some timing things, because I know when my implementation is all in one frame, where VRChat's is not. But good enough, it helped me from debugging things. But now, going along with what is buffering, we have pretty much 2 options, buffer 1 and always. So one of the key things when you're doing buffering, though, is you typically don't want a delay, because if you do add a delay, that just breaks the order of operations of when things happen. That's not enough really to explain what that means exactly, but yeah. Typically ignore adding delays when doing buffering. But now, when you choose between buffer 1 versus always, you would basically want to choose buffer 1 when it's a very explicit action. So if I'm going to set an object to true, true being explicit, you want to use buffer 1. And if you ever want to undo that option, or undo that action, you would have another event that says set game object false, also buffer 1. And those two would then cancel each other out. And so that just equalizes there. Now, whenever you want to use always, it's just only for counting things. Technically, you could use toggle for this one, but I would say rewrite your code to be explicit true or false instead. But in the Devouring, as an example, we had the ending counters for the journal, as well as how many what are they called, collectibles that you found. So with that, we had to always buffer all the animation ints. And more on buffering, buffer 1 may not be enough. If you're trying to buffer late joiner sync an animation without fully syncing the animation with that component, you basically need to also have a jump state to the end. And so, as this example here is, we wanted it for the timer in the basement, that when you solve the timer, we did not want it to ever happen again, but we still buffered the event of, the lever going up or down. And so we added a trigger that would buffer the completion, but if you look at the animation states, if we didn't have this jump to the end here, it would still have to go through these states. And so if you're going to buffer these kind of animations, you will need to jump to the end. How much time do I have left here? So quickly go over some of the optimization things that we found in the Devouring itself. We basically had a lot of culling issues. How do we end up dealing with culling, or occlusion culling? Basically add large cubes everywhere. So in this picture, you see the pink boxes. That's how we ended up culling our objects in the basement. A lot of the modular assets did not set to what's called occluder static, because they didn't block everything properly. So we had to use specific cubes, and that just honestly is how we've been dealing with that and making it easier. When designing worlds, though, always think about occlusion when you're designing things. So this example here in the second floor, after the first portion of the Living Darkness, this hallway used to go all the way across. And so if you were standing in the corner, which is kind of like off here, like you can't see though, you would be able to see like this entire area rendering as well as all of this area rendering because there was nothing occluding it. So we had to go back into the design phase and basically say like, just break up this hallway. There's like 3 other, or maybe more locations in the Devouring where we just had to completely change the layout there. So think of occlusion and what things, like what lines you'll have on like what things should be rendered. In 2018 though, occlusion is kind of broken in Unity. So it's like, Lakuza spent like a month on this bug and it was so frustrating. I'm just like, yeah, when you were in VR, only VR, not desktop, if you find the boundary between 2 occlusion areas, it would basically blink everything in and out of existence. It's like, we couldn't solve that. It's just a bug. It exists in the Devouring. It also exists in a bunch of other worlds. Hopefully when switching to like 2019, we can get rid of that. Profiler. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in the profiler towards the end of the Devouring, but yeah, you want good frame rate. Frame rate is basically just saying like how much time does each frame take. You want 90 frames per second, which is about 11 milliseconds per frame. If it goes over that, obviously you drop frames. And so we don't have all that time in VRChat because, you know, our systems are the only ones running. So we need to minimize our impact during Devouring, or just like our world itself. And so I show an example of what the profiler will like give you back. And it'll also show these 2 slides, or 2 pictures. The top one being the default view, which I believe is called the timeline. This can be helpful for some people. I always switch it to immediately hierarchy, and you can see kind of like what every method call is and how long it takes. As an example, you can see how inefficient my assign is, and it's just like, you know, if that thing's taking like 0.21 of a millisecond, yeah, I gotta improve that. But just going through that, you can then see like, all the things that were taking place. Now, this being STK2, we don't have custom scripting. It's still kind of like, why would you use the profiler? Well, remember that slide that I said, like, how many different objects we had? We had basically we had 800 animators, 2,000 audio sources, and I think there was also, like, 500 particle systems. Skipping this slide here, reading all of that, actually, you can actually see the data up here. Yeah, 500 particle systems, but, like, using all of that, it actually caused a massive performance decrease, just those doing absolutely nothing. And so that's where I basically said, we need to make everything event-driven. If it has any form of update loop, doesn't matter, turn it off if it's not being used. So every animator, audio source, and particle system that was not active in use, we turn it off and waited. And so we had so many chests of drawers and things that were just kind of like sitting there waiting for players to interact. We basically had to rewrite our systems in the last month that was just basically make them event-driven. So turn off the animators when they're not being used. When you interact, it turns on the animator, does the animation, and then turns itself back off. And so that was a fun time because I believe this, you know, that saved like 2 milliseconds or more just turning off animators. That was a fun time there. Let's see. I think there's more editor scripts, but I don't really have time, so I'm just going to go ahead and end it here and say, tell me your questions. I assume that was a very heavy talk. I don't know how much of that you could actually like use, but hopefully you got something from it.
So good. We have time for like 2 questions max because we're already.
Yeah, I realize.
I mean, this is
that.
CyanLaser we're talking about, and like everybody knows where to find him. I think so. I don't.
Yeah, ping me on Discord if you have actual questions after this too.
Find me. I can ask if
wait, who's the first one in line over here? Do you have that enabled?
I mean, I have the thing enabled, so anybody who
yeah,
can. Oxy's just dead over there.
9 if you want.
So you were talking earlier about how it's hard to work around the fact that when you change an avatar, it deletes your collider for a minute, and when you slow down and you walk through the water. Would it be possible to instead have that system rely on an outside object that is set to track the player locally?
So, yes, you can in theory track the player locally, like using player-based tracking, but player-based tracking is pretty janky. I could have used it to get the bottom of their player. So it's like, we had a proxy collider already in there, which was basically tracking the player's head. I didn't want to use that for water specifically because then I would have to track the player's base because I have to track the player's foot. And so players' feet are, different height, and then it's just kind of, I don't know how much of the performance impact of doing player base tracking every single frame. And so like that's the reason I tried to avoid that because like I already knew this was a pretty heavy world.
Okay.
Does that pretty much answer your question? Like in a less impactful world, yes, you could have done it.
I'm gonna go if no one else goes. All right, here we go. Hi, Cyan. This is gonna be, given the amount of time you have left, probably a bad question. I'm gonna try anyways. Given the toolkits and the tool chains that you've developed for SDK2 and triggers, it's really interesting, especially from a perspective of a developer for VRChat, that like, SDK2 you've done. This is easily probably the most complex SDK2 world we'll ever have. Period. Full stop. However, given that you've developed these toolkits and you've made some or all of them available, how do you see this affecting the creation of SDK2 worlds versus people migrating to SDK3 and Udon? Just your personal opinion.
So my personal opinion, as Udon is right now, it is not simple enough for people who are not programmers. So SDK2 will continually be used until that alternative of making it easy to use in Udon. So with that, I just assume SDK2 will continue to exist, and then these kind of things will just make it easier. So really, it's just like until everything that I did in SDK2 is as simple to do in SDK3, I don't expect people to move immediately to SDK3.
Cool. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah. And is that all for time?
I mean, we can have one more, I think.
Yeah,
It's
I have
like...
one from Skern. I have a question.
I think
from
Screen
Skern,
wanted to
although
ask
they just
something.
crashed.
Oh, that's what
Yeah.
Yep. You can ask.
Yeah. It's just asking how you maintain this stuff through VRChat updates, like, and stuff.
Oh, no. Hope it doesn't break, and if it does, start crying.
Offering praise.
Pretty much.
We had that one bug in beta, didn't we, where the sync
Oh
broke
yeah.
and we had
Basically,
to do
Avatar
that, so we
3.0
were
broke our
supposed to-
stations, and none of us had an Avatar 3.0, so we didn't even realize that our intro was broken for people.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
towards
is
the end,
that everything?
We are back to
Yeah.
the point where Cyan could talk about it, but
Think
we did our
there's
best
listening.
to
Okay,
test
yeah.
any system from Cyan to make sure nothing broke, but it's still specifically.
Okay, we have like a couple minutes just to take a break until the Momo's talk, which will be the last talk for the day. But yeah, get a drink. It was a long talk, so yeah. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
Yeah, lots of info.
I have the expression of a full body.
offset?
Yeah,
Okay,
if you offset and have two materials, it'll affect both materials.
Are you able to click start?
Soldier doesn't work.
That's why
Awesome.
one of my avatar activities is skin match.
Yeah, I'm gonna,
Alright.
head out and watch this a bit on stream while I.
All right. Well, hello everybody. I am MomoTheMonster. Welcome to the last talk of the first day of TLX. Want to just first of all say thank you to Orals and everybody else who has helped to put this together. I know it takes a lot to put on an event, get speakers lined up. The speed at which you've all put this together is honestly amazing. So I'm stoked to see this and to be here for it and to get to talk as part of it. So I am on the VRChat development team. I joined in March of this year, so I'm still pretty new. A lot of you have actually been a part of VRChat longer than I have. So I mostly work on the SDK team, and it's a big responsibility to be helping to shape and craft, the abilities that you all have to make things in VRChat in the current versions and in future versions. So it's amazing to see what you've created here and to get this real-time feedback. I definitely recognize a lot of you from various Discords. Really cool to get to be here in the world with you. So without further ado, I'll start you off with Cinemachine and Timeline in VRChat. This will be a pretty short talk and a bit rapid fire. I'm going to start with a short video. I will warn you, I think it's a little loud, so maybe you want to have a finger on your volume as we get this next one going. Was the first world that I made to explore what we could do with Cinemachine and Timeline together, since I had recently just added it, or rather started working on that world as I was getting Cinemachine all integrated into Udon and figuring out what we could do. So the idea behind this world was to enable people to make a little music video. I found a track by this artist SRO, who I follow and who happenstance actually is a VRChat user, and was stoked to see their music in a world. But yeah, the idea was something fun and short that you could do, and was really set up to make a video of yourself to kind of celebrate the song, make a little music video. So I'm going to take you a little bit through how the world is put together. It's actually really light on the code part, so if you're not really in depth with Udon, I think you'll be able to follow along. But there are a lot of videos that I recorded of me kind of going through things. It's going to go fast. I'll try and keep up. So here we go. So this is kind of the basic setup that I had for the world. We have a bunch of virtual cameras. They all feed into a Cinemachine brain. That brain then outputs to a render texture, which just goes on a screen space canvas. So it totally takes over your screen. If you're in VR, that'll basically be your you'll be able to see the world, and that will show up kind of on your desktop display. If you're on desktop, it'll actually take over your whole thing and make it a little hard to run around the world. But that's the best way I could find at the moment to actually enable like the third-person recording there. Let's see if we got this one twice. Cool. So, oh boy, it's hard to see it there, so I'm gonna have to turn around a little bit. So I'm showing off the world. Maybe I'll just get a little close here. Cool, so we've got the brain here, and then we have the 4 virtual cameras that feed into the brain. So you can see the brain itself is just a normal camera that feeds into a render texture, the Cinema RT there, and then we have a pretty bog standard Cinemachine brain component on that. I've got the screen space canvas with just a raw image that shows that render texture. So that's what actually takes over the screen there, and we just toggle that on when we start. So I'll take a look at the camera. So this is what a virtual camera looks like. You can hit solo. Even when the scene isn't running, you can see through the camera. It'll even do its little wiggle that I have on it. So you can pick all your different cameras and kind of place them around the scene. So here, I'm just kind of going through the 4 cameras that I have set up. Third one here is off to the left, kind of getting that shot of the character, the little standing character that I have. And the last camera is static, just set on the phone to give those easy cutaway shots to the phone. So each virtual camera has priority. This is how you can actually affect it without using solo. If you wanted to change a camera with Udon, if you set its priority lower than the other cameras, it will disappear. If you set it above the other cameras, then the brain knows to switch to that camera. So here you can see I go below and above, and that camera will sort of pop to the top of the stack and then back down again. So that is exposed to Udon if you want to change cameras that way outside of the timeline. Priority is your friend. And we have, what is that there? The timeline, yeah. So a lot of things going on in the timeline here. And I'll get into that in detail, but first I'm just going to show you how to actually make a timeline from scratch. So I just put in an empty object, zero it out, and I'm just going to add a playable director component. This is what actually controls the timeline, kind of like what an animator controller is to animations. Create a new clip, again, really similar to an animator. And you can see by default it actually has a little animator on it. We'll toss that away, we don't need it. We just want to control the Cinemachine brain to start. So you drag a Cinemachine brain onto a timeline, you can create a Cinemachine track, and then just drag and drop your virtual cameras into the track. And that will have the timeline swap to that camera. So you can see here, I'm just going to lay in each camera, and if I move the playhead around, it's going to cut from camera 1 to camera 2, etc. So I can just move along, dropping in the cameras that I want, timing them out. Let's see, that's right. I can use this guy here, my little invisible one. That looks a little more natural. Cool. So you can also copy paste directly in the timeline itself. This helps if you want a shorter clip, because by default, Cinemachine virtual cameras will be these kind of long clips, and I wanted a bunch of short ones. So once you have your clips laid out, you can actually just drag the end of the clip to create a transition. They make it really easy, and they'll actually kind of tween between the positions and rotations of your different cameras, which is really cool. It's not just like a crossfade. So this is how you can get your, this is how we get all the transitions from one camera to another all together in the timeline. So here, if we have play on awake on, all we'd have to do is start the scene, and it would start playing through our timeline and automatically switching and blending between all of our cameras, along with whatever music or whatever other dialogue cutscene we have going on. Cool. So let's take a look next at look at and following objects with the camera. And what's really cool is we actually have a live example of this, because I'm pretty sure. Oh, I guess that is showing up on the stream. Oh, great. Okay. But this is, I imagine this is what's going on here, because you can see as I move around, the camera's following me. Oral's, is this Cinemachine doing a follow?
Yes.
Or look at? Awesome, yeah. So there we go. So you can see wherever I move, it's following along with me. So I'll show you how I'm doing this. Maybe very similar to how Oral's put this together. Of course, now I blocked my thing. Let's see, that works there. Oh no, colliders, come on. There we go.
Sometimes it takes a couple of clicks.
Yeah. Cool. So here you can see I've set the follow and the look at for each camera to point at this little follow target, follow object, which for right now I've just placed in my stand-in's head. I'll show you later how we actually use Udon to move that around and follow the player. But for now, all you need to know is in each virtual camera, you can set a follow and a look at. I'm actually just using the look at. You can see we have the aim part of the Cinemachine virtual camera. So if you tell it to aim at the follow object, then you can set all these parameters and it will kind of smoothly move around the scene, but stay aimed at your target. So here I'm moving the camera and not the person, but you can see it kind of smoothly tries to keep that follow object in the center of its view. And you can do things like have dead zone, so it doesn't always move around. It's really powerful. I recommend playing around with it. No scripting needed. Everything we've done so far actually has just been component-based, just dropping things into slots. So I do have a little bit of noise on here. This is what gives it like the drift. There's a bunch of built-in profiles you can use. You can also create your own profile. And here I'm upping the amplitude, so it's going to move more along this little noise profile. You can also change the frequency, and it'll move more often. So here's how you can get kind of the feeling of like a shaky handy cam or like a really smooth, nice steady cam feel going on. So tiny, not blocking view. Okay, cool. So our second camera, we're also doing a look at that follow object. This one, I've actually got the damping a little higher, so this one will follow behind, and I've offset it, so you can see the object doesn't always stay right in the center. It'll actually be a little bit off to the side. You don't always have to have things centered. If you know anything about cinematography and rule of thirds, it can be really nice to actually have your objects or your subjects a little bit off to the side of the frame. Our next one here, shooting from the other side of the desk where the little reception plaque is, but also doing a look at with a little bit of damping. That one around. I played around with having receptionists like really front and center, but it really limited where the player could move, so decided to pull that back a little bit. And the final one we have is the phone camera. This one isn't doing any follow or look at because it just sits right on the phone, so I can always cut to the phone to match the music. So focus object has an Udon graph on it. This will be our first look at the Udon inside. This is actually a really simple one. I'm just doing in late update. I ask, is this player the owner of this object? And if they are, I want to set the position and rotation of the follow object from the local player's tracking data head, position, and rotation. So get that position and rotation, apply it to the follow object every late update, more often than we need, but it works well enough. And then we're off to the races. All right, I'm going to take you through the timeline now, the more complicated one with all the steps, and try to quickly explain what happens on each layer. Sure, we're up and running there. All right. So yeah, let's take a look at these layers. Got plenty of them. So the first one is the audio, really important since I was basically making a music video here. So I have the audio source as a child of the timeline. It doesn't really matter. I think I'm doing 2D or pretty central here. So it targets that audio source, and then I just drag and drop the audio clip into there and turn on audio scrubbing. That's off by default, but if you have it on, then you can scrub through your timeline and hear where you are in the song. This is how I timed out all the first camera changes to like the big beats in the music. Kind of like find that first beat, set the endpoint of that clip, and then I'd be lined up. You can also turn on the waveform viewing on and off depending on if it's bogging down your system a bit. So next up, we've got the big screen. So this doesn't show up in the recording, but it does show locally and it kind of shows the output of that big of your whole virtual camera system. So the way this works is really simple. I just have the object in the scene, and then I actually recorded the keyframes directly into the timeline. So when you're working with timeline, you can use existing animations, or you can actually just like inject your keyframes right in the timeline. So I've turned on recording here to show how that works. So with recording on, it's really similar to live recording and animation. I just set a start and end keyframe just by moving it around in the scene. So just set the start. I'll move the end one. No, let's not go up and down. Let's go to the left there. There you go. So now I've got start and end. By default, Unity is going to fill that whole area. So I will I will move it around a little bit, press the wrong thing, select it again, and then squeeze it to just match the right in and out points. And now you can see I have this these keyframes recorded just directly into my timeline. So if it isn't an animation I need to reuse over and over, I don't need to like make it, save it, etc. I can just put those keyframes right on the timeline, like I'm making a cutscene. It makes it really easy to do little one-offs. So there we go. Now, when you start the timeline, that screen's going to roll down from the ceiling and show you what's on the screen. I do the same thing right at the end. At the end of the song, we roll it back up into the ceiling. So I could have made a second clip, I could have reversed the keyframes, but instead, I just recorded those new keyframes right into the timeline. The next one down, we kind of went over already. It's mostly the camera switching, so I just dropped in all the cameras, switching to the beats. Once I had them where I wanted eventually, I stretched those transitions in and out in order to make a match. Here I'm going to show one particular transition that was like really meant to match one of the sounds in the song. And you can zoom in and just like listen to that sound, drag your transition around, decide, oh, maybe I want it to really stop at that hit. There we go. So now it like kind of freezes in place right when that hit happens. I find that Unity's actually created a really like hands-on system here that I like for being able to do things, especially when you want to like hit certain sounds. Next one down is the screen space canvas. So that's a really simple one. This uses an activator track. So activator is just object on, object off. If it's there in the timeline, it's object on. So basically, as soon as you start the timeline, bam, we got a screen space canvas that's going to take over everything. This next one here is how I actually do the phone things lighting up, the little keypad. So this one, I did make an animation and just timed it out to the music, just turning on and off these little sprites. I think, knowing what I do now, I would have done this directly into the timeline. I didn't know how to do it when I actually made that animation, so I wound up making this kind of complicated separate one-off animation. But, you know, learn as you go. You can see here the little activator tracks down below. Turn on the poor performance sprites. Those are just other little activator tracks. I just dropped them in, listened to the music, to show them up on the phone. So this next section here, I believe we're taking a look at the phone ringing. So when the ring sound happened in the song, I wanted the phone to jiggle around a little bit. So for this one, I also did a record directly into the timeline. Basically just set two keyframes, like left and right, and then copy, paste, until it was all full. And this gives the feeling of like the phone kind of ringing and jingling around like it might do in a cartoon. And then here, just another activator track turns on the Alan Rickman sprite. I actually wound up going a little crazy. Whenever I would place the sprite in the scene, it looked right, and then whenever I played the animation, it was wrong. It was because the animation was stopping on the wrong frame, so Alan Rickman would always be offset. I finally realized that, fixed the keyframe, and then it was all good. So, taking a look at the fader, this is how we actually show the credits at the end. It's just another couple objects on the canvas, so it's on the same canvas as the whole thing, but it's actually higher in priority, meaning it's lower on the inspector, than the base video. So in this way, we can kind of bring up the vignette and a couple of text fields that we automatically filled in using just a little bit of Udon when someone pushes play. So we have the text fields, we have the icon, etc. There is that whole system just kind of coming on. And just how to activate the main object and all of its child objects, of course, follow right along. Here we have the start and stop buttons. So these are really important because I wanted this to be the same for everybody. So again, just popped them in the timeline. As soon as we start, we turn off the start button and turn on the stop button, and then vice versa when we get to the end. And that way, you start the timeline, we can put away those buttons, and make sure that every local player can actually stop if they don't want to be watching the music video anymore. The last part, the very last layer we have, again, is not shown in the video. It's only visible to the player themselves, but it's little camera prefabs that show the player which camera is actually visible at any given point. So I did this just with a couple prefabs that just turn on one by one. And I actually did reuse that rendered texture in the little preview window, so you can kind of see it on the camera just for that little bit of realism in there. So this way, you don't get a warning, but at least you can see, okay, now it's filming the phone, now it's filming me from here, and I can like mug into this camera, now I can like mug into this camera. It helps the person doing the performance know like where they should be looking. Otherwise, it's pretty unclear. Yeah, so there you can see it coming up. And this control track here is cool. It's like an activator, but it lets you use multiple objects. So I could drop all the prefabs I wanted, and it would just hide and show each one based on where in the timeline we were. All right, interactivity. There's not a whole lot, but we do include both start and stop. Wow. So we have here the start button and stop button, and they just trigger play local and stop local events in Udon. So that's all that's actually wired up there. And then the main timeline object has our Udon graph that does the rest of the lifting. So this is that graph. There's not actually too much going on. When you press play, it does this play local. And what that's going to do is it makes the person who pressed the button into the owner of the object. And then, getting ahead of it a little bit. All right, so focus object, set the owner, and then it's going to say, hey, tell everybody now to run the play event. So now everybody, including the person who just pressed the object, gets play. It tells the timeline to start playing, and it sets the text on that title card at the end to the owner of the object. So that way the person who pressed play is always the one whose name goes on the title card. If you never use string format, this is so handy. You type in what you want and then curly brackets, and you can inject other objects, and they'll appear in the string for you. Especially for debugging, it's a must to utilize your string format. Stop is local, so if someone pressed start, you can press stop whenever you want. It's going to stop your own timeline, not everybody else's. And then just for you, it will go ahead and show the start button and hide the stop button. Mostly we had controlled that with the timeline, but of course if you stop the timeline, you didn't get to the part of the timeline that swaps your buttons back. So it'll go ahead and swap that back for you. All right. That is what we've got. So now I'm happy to open it up. I can take questions about this. Also happy if you have other questions about SDK and Udon stuff, I'll tell you whatever I can tell you.
At some point in the beginning of the video, you showed transition for in and out. I saw that you have a specific curve, but I only saw one. Are you able to have multiple curves, or are you able to edit the curve specifically in the timeline?
So I don't know. When you're using the timeline, If you're using it programmatically, in the Cinemachine brain itself, you can set custom curves that will be used to blend between your clips. And then if you say, hey, change to this camera, it will use that curve. I don't know if there's a way to use that in Timeline. I didn't try that, but I would like to know as well.
So in the brain there was, I guess, a curve for each in and out. So are you able to customize within that?
There is a default. So in the Cinemachine brain, you can set what the default curve is for when you switch between cameras. I'm sure there are ways to customize when you want to blend to another camera itself. I don't know if there's a way to get to that from what we have exposed with Udon right now.
Okay. Thank you.
So when you dragged a virtual camera into the timeline on the brain track, what data is actually being recorded there? How does the timeline know that that's a Cinemachine camera? How does that whole, and can we do any of that kind of thing in Udon?
Yes, so I'll take the second part first. Can you do it in Udon? Yes. So if you want to change cameras in Udon, the best way to do it is you have your virtual cameras, you have your brain. If you change the priority of any camera, I've only exposed a tiny little bit of Cinemachine so far, just to keep our QA, the amount we needed to test, really small to start. But you have access to get and set priority. So let's say all of my virtual cameras by default are set to priority 10. So by default, it'll just take the top one in the stack. But if you say, hey, take virtual camera 1, set its priority to 11, that one is now what will show up in your Cinemachine brain. Same, you can lower the priority for that camera and it'll figure it out. There's also some super cool ones where it'll automatically pick whichever camera has the best shot of a player. All that stuff is actually just doable with components. To the first part of that, how does it know what to do in the timeline? I assume under the hood it's basically just doing that same priority stuff. But the shorter answer of that is I don't really know. I just know that it works. If you have a brain, you can drag any of its virtual cameras in, and at that point of your timeline, it will switch to that one specifically. It'll override anything else you have in your scene.
Okay, it kind of makes sense. I'll have to play with it myself.
Yeah, you're a little quiet, but.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Here, I can.
Oh, now you're gone entirely. You just changed something.
Muted?
Goodbye, son. Hey! Go back to what you had. I think was good.
Unfortunate.
Shaggy, come back to us.
Shaggy, come back.
Can't believe you died.
Shaggy's fucking dead. He got shagged in the alley.
We still don't hear you, by the way.
What unfortunate fate.
Yeah.
The system is too strong, or else.
Saw something for a second. Oh, there we go. Wait.
I hear background noise now.
I heard the washer.
Try, Shaggy.
I have so many audio.
Oh, there we go. That one was good.
You were there for a second.
Alright, cool. Webcam like it is. Jesus.
Okay.
Alright, so I'm sure this is absolutely possible, and I'm sure it's a very simple question to answer, but is there a way to set it up with the actual render canvas, render texture for a multicam layout? Because I come from a video production background that I do a lot of multicam productions, and if I was able to develop a toolkit that you can basically, players inside VRChat can set up a multicam recording setup and hit go, and it will switch for a music video, for instance, like what you did. And then you could effectively put your VRChat window on a 4K display and then record that and then do a multicam edit afterwards.
Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely possible. The one thing that's tricky I'm trying to think about is actually seeing the point of view of each camera, because ideally you want to see them all laid out, right, and go camera 1, camera 2, camera 1. I don't know if you can see through each camera. I'm sure there's a way to do it. The setup that I have is basically feeding ultimately just to one at any given point. You'd have to basically like render each one out separately. But absolutely, you could have, you know, if you knew where those cameras were, like you have, you know, I got this nice wide shot. I have, you know, one in front, one behind. I have a super close up. Then you could easily just have a console that basically just sets the priority. So like set camera 1 to priority 100, and then back. Set camera 2 to priority 100, and it would swap to that one. So that's all possible.
Okay.
We would need to play around with it to see how we get the nice preview in order to see all of them. Like I know.
So in that case, would you be able to set up an interface inside VRChat that you could actually switch what camera is active?
No, we don't.
Yeah.
No, I mean not.
Okay. Yeah, so that would just be using the priority on a virtual camera. You set the priority
so you're just
high.
using Udon to
that's
set
the
priority,
active
and
one.
then it would. Okay.
I'm sure you could do.
In which case, you wouldn't even really need to use timeline. It would just be a really long timeline, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it would be no timeline at all. So Cinemachine does not rely on timeline. It's, you know, it's a good way to do like cutscene or music videos type stuff for this, but totally you could just have it real time. You just have virtual cameras and you play with their priorities. That's going to cut between them automatically. You could have your cameras even following the players around physically in the world, you know, like a third-person game, and swap in between them. Yeah, that's all doable without timeline.
I had no idea this existed. I'm hyped.
That's why I'm doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Cool. Logan, hit me.
All the Udon boys.
Alright, so you said we have start and stop right now. I know nothing about Cinemachine, and I know that it was really hard for me to learn how to set time of a current animation clip. Can we set time of where the timeline is at runtime? Like, let's say I have a 5-minute thing. Okay.
So we have
is
exposed.
That obvious?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's get time set time on the I think it's on the playable director. So that's like the controller of your timeline asset. So yeah, you can totally do that. If you wanted to do sync that way, I basically I got good enough sync here just by like using a one network event. You could totally do it like TCL did the example video prefab, where you like regularly check your time versus the master owner time, and you know jump if you're too far off, that whole deal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, first of all, super excited about Cinemachine, and as soon as I saw that it was allowed with Udon now, I instantly started working on my cinematic director, and obviously I was a little disappointed to see that you are not allowed to control like lens, the body, the aim, the noise. Is there any kind of estimate when that will be available through Udon?
I can't give you a time, but I can tell you it's definitely on the plate. Again, like I kept the scope super small just to make sure to like, okay, we can just get this out and then we can work on expanding it. Those in particular, Unity has a really funky way that they put those together. So I need to expose like a whole host of weird classes and enums in order to get them. But totally, we'll get those in.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, because someone pointed it out, I have to ask. Does Cinemachine work in SDK2 worlds at all?
Sure. Yeah, so Cinemachine has been whitelisted for VRChat in general, and you could do most of what I did in this video. You know, you saw like Udon was only used for a couple things. It was used to have the follow object follow the player around, which I now know Cyan can do in SDK2. So if you set that object as the like target of any virtual camera, it will work just the same in SDK2 as it did here in Udon. The only other thing would be starting and stopping the playable director, which again, those aren't exposed anywhere, and we're probably not adding triggers for them. But if you left play on awake on, I'm sure you could like enable that object in order to start it up at least at the time that you wanted.
Maybe UI buttons.
Time to see what UI buttons can do for Cinemachine. You know, but like, I have a very old world that has a very complex cutscene in it. Doing it manually was a big pain, and I would love to redo that world and use Cinemachine to do the NPC animations and you know sound effects and everything. So that is very exciting that I don't have to port the entire project over to Udon to make that work, for example. So, yay, thank you.
Awesome, give it a shot.
I came back.
Last one?
Yeah, I came back a bit late into the talk, but I was wondering if it was possible, maybe it's simple, but can you have multiple brains? And if so, can you enable, disable brains at runtime?
I don't know. I'd only use the one brain. Mostly I've seen people just use one brain. I don't know how, because a brain, like, it doesn't specifically say which virtual cameras feed into it. I don't know how that would work, other than you could have, like, groups of virtual cameras that you, like, turn off all of these, turn on all of these. And maybe that way you would have the same brain, but have different...
I have an answer for that.
Oh yeah, please.
Yeah, basically, as you can see here, you have two. This is two completely different brains running at the same time. Basically, how Unity did it is you have each brain will only take cameras on the same layer. So only the virtual cameras that are on the same layer are considered, and it's very important that your camera that actually renders things in that virtual camera does only, basically, if you have like one layer, like layer A and layer B, and your cameras on layer A should not render layer B, because then they will be captured by the other brain. So it's like this weird inverse system that you have to have both brains on different layers and make sure the cameras don't render each other's layers, because then it will not work. So yeah, here's your answer. You don't have to disable, enable anything, but it's kind of annoying because layers are limited and you have to make sure that things don't render each other. But yeah, that's basically how to make it work.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I never got to use this.
Okay.
Let
me see when this loads. Okay. I don't know if you can see it, but if you can, this is the end of day one. And huge thanks for everyone for coming and coping with all the issues we had. We have day two. There are still exciting talks. Luma will be talking about shaders. Varnian will be talking about learning process. So FSP will be getting into all the slaughterhouse stuff. So there is still a lot of content left tomorrow. So I'll see how many bugs I'll be able to patch up in this time between today and tomorrow. But I guess this is early access, so this is our first event. So I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you all tomorrow. And you're welcome to stay and linger, but I think everyone is tired. So at this point, so yeah, you can do whatever you want. I'll just turn on some music and yeah, enjoy the rest of your day.
Yay. Audible clapping!
Yay! That was amazing.
Controller clacking.
6 hours.
This was the last session.
Like 6
Please
hours.
enjoy the rest
Unfortunately, my
you.
multitasking broke down at the end there because both your talk and Momo's talk were far too content heavy and interesting that I got almost no work done on my modeling.